Morning.
Good morning.
The Board of Appeal for Tuesday, February 26th is now in session. Just a reminder, please make sure your cell phones are off, and if you have conversations, please take them outside of the room. In conformance with the open meeting law, I'm informing you that this meeting is being live streamed. When you're here to speak in support or in opposition of a project, we're here to get new information. So please let us know of your thoughts that have not been mentioned before. If they have already been stated, please put your name and address on the record and just state that you're in support or in opposition. Mark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. The first order of business is the approval of the hearing minutes of January 29th, 2019 and February 5th of 2019. We need a motion.
Motion to approve. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the first case for G-Card, calling case BOA 917-077, 28 Fenway. 28 Fenway here.
Come to the table, put your name and address on the record, please.
This is to perform an interior renovations, restore existing facade in the front elevation, restore existing facade, modify several existing openings at the rear elevation to include private parking at ground level, access from the rear for owner. The violations, Article 32, Section 4. This is in the G-Card applicability. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Adam Grassi. My company is Huck Design, architect for the owners of 28 Fenway, and yes, 428 4th Street, Portland.
Christian?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we do have the BWSC approval letter.
May I have a motion, please?
We also have the letter, Madam Chair. Motion for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the second case to G-Card, calling BOA 915-772, 130 West Newton Street. This is to renovate 3-unit building. The violations, Article 32, Section 4. This is in the G-Card applicability. Name and address for the record, please.
Your address, please?
130 West Newton Street.
Okay. Christian?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and I would request a hold for signature. These plans have been submitted to Water and Sewer, and they're currently under review. We just don't have the letter yet.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Make it
To approve.
with the old signature.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? Madam Chair, we do have a withdrawal. I'm going to call it in for the record, calling BOA 897-974, 602 Canterbury Street. I'm going to make a motion for denial without prejudice. They are withdrawing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Counselor, address, please.
Yes, 5 Parkway Street and 7 Parkway Street.
For the record, calling BOA 914-0357 Parkway Street and BOA 914-030 5 Parkway Street. Name and address for the record,
Good
please.
morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, the business address of 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. We're here seeking a deferral of these 2 cases. As working with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, we need to have one more butters meeting. We've had 2 already.
Had 2 already?
Yep.
Okay.
We've got one more.
May I have a motion,
Motion
please?
to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
May 21st.
Oh,
May 21st at 11:30.
okay, thank you very much.
Okay?
Address, please.
Midland and 22 Edison Green.
You have 2 of them. I'm going to call both of them in for the record. Calling BOA 821-297-10 Midland Street. And there is another case, BOA 821-302, 22 Edison Green. Name and address for the record, please.
Alcantar,
Can you speak up a little bit?
58 Gainsborough Street.
And what are you requesting, a deferral or a withdrawal?
Referral,
Deferral?
please.
Okay. So what were the 2 addresses? I'm sorry.
10 Midland Street.
and...
Midland and Edison Green.
Okay, and tell us why you're requesting a deferral?
The architect is not available. He had to go to Colorado for emergency.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral on both cases.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Date, please?
You also have a date of May 21st at 11:30. Address, please?
LaGrange Place.
I'm sorry?
6 LaGrange Place.
Okay, got it right there. Calling BOA 885-367, 6 LaGrange Place. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney John Haskell, Drago and Toscano, with a business address at 15 Broad Street, seeking a deferral this morning for continued community process.
How far along are you?
We've had an abutters meeting, and we're looking for additional time to meet with the local civic association.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
We are going to go into June 11th at this time.
Plenty of time for community process, June 11th at 11:30.
Thank you.
Address, please?
7 Cleveland Street, Frostburg.
For the record, calling BOA 763-614, 7 Cleveland Street. Are you also Winthrop Street, too?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, calling BOA 763-639, 37 Winthrop Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Emilio Campbell,
And your address, please?
19 Lee Haven Road, Mattapan, Mass.
Tell us what are you requesting?
deferral?
A deferral?
Yes. we
For
need
what,
to-
for what reason?
The community wants to meet with us, and it's scheduled for March 19th, so we need to give them more time.
Okay. May I have a motion,
Motion to
please?
defer.
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date,
You are also into June 11th at 11:30.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address, please.
It is 667 Beach Street.
First page.
Hold on a second. Calling BOA 908-278, 667 Beach Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Jake Toomey, I'm with the office of Paul Gini and Norton, Braintree, Mass. 10 Forbes Road, Braintree.
and tell us what you're requesting?
We're requesting a deferral. There was a report that was, it was done for tech report to address water erosion, but there wasn't time to meet with the butters, so we're just looking for.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion for a deferral. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
6/11, June 11th at 11:30.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other withdrawals or deferrals for 9:30? Okay. We'll go to the first case, calling BOA 896-346, 14 to 16 Aldi Street. This is to construct a new third-floor addition by removing an existing roof to add a mansard roof. Base to the basement for Unit 1 with excavation for the new ceiling height and renovation to the existing two-family dwelling. The violation of Article 51, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bill New from 1416 Alden Street, one of the owners.
John Hay, also from 1416.
Can you speak up, please? I'm having a hard time hearing this morning, so please tell us what you're proposing to do.
So we are expanding our two-family dwelling into bigger space by excavating the basement for the first floor unit and also putting living space under the attic for the second floor unit. The building will remain as a two-family dwelling, and we are expecting our second kid, so we want to have more room for the family, and eventually have the second floor unit for our in-laws to move in when they retire.
So you're currently in the first floor and extension into the basement?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that basement. What's the use in the basement?
Right now we have about 7 feet ceiling, unfinished basement, but we want to put a staircase to our living room to put 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom in the basement so that we can have 4-bedroom unit for the first floor.
Okay. And how about the utilities for that second unit? Is that in the basement too?
So the water heater is the basement, but it'll be in a different area where they can access to the area from the outside, and the heating system for the second floor unit is in the attic, and it'll remain in the attic.
Okay. And what's the floor to ceiling height in that basement?
Right now it's about 7 feet, so we need to have 2 to 3 feet excavation to have the ceiling clearance for living space to follow the code.
Okay, tell us about that second unit.
The second unit will, currently has a hip roof, which means that we don't have enough headspace to put any living space, so we want to change the hip roof to a mansard roof so we can have some living space there. We'll put a staircase from the second floor to the new attic space to expand the space to 4-bed, 2-bath unit.
You'll have 2 units with 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
Okay. And was parking one of your violations? No?
No.
No? Okay. How, okay, and those are all pre-existing. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate. I do have a question, and that is that for the basement units, you have window wells that
Yes.
extend on 3 feet beyond the foundation wall. Is there any foot traffic over those window wells or adjacent to it? How are you handling that?
Are you talking foot traffic as in the neighbors or?
No, you.
Yeah, so I believe that the two of the window wells will go into our side yard, and we're gonna have a fence that can be open from the inside so that the kids running will fall into the window well.
And then you have one in the front, right?
Yes.
And where is your parking?
The parking is in the rear of the building. We have a driveway that's big enough to fit 6 cars, and over the years we never had issue with parking.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. I conducted a butters meeting December 6th. They met with neighbors, answered questions. They also went on to the Alston Civic Association and received overwhelming support. This is a great opportunity to keep a family in the Alston area, and we're looking forward to them staying. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Daniel Polanco on behalf of Councilor Mark Siomo. Also like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Tony Disidoro representing the Alston Civic Association. We'd like to echo the comments of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was overwhelming support for the proposal with the proviso that there would be no building code relief and that there wouldn't be any kitchens constructed in the new living space.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval with BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
BOA 911-696, 25 to 27 Leicester Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2-family dwelling to a 4-family dwelling and extend first floor living space into the basement, build a new 3-story rear addition with 2-car garage, provide 5 on-grade parking spaces. In violation of Article 51, Section 8, a 4-family dwelling unit is a forbidden use. Article 51, Section 9, dimensional regulation. In the zoning subdistrict, the main entrance of the dwelling unit shall face the front lot line. Article 51, Section 9, the height is excessive in feet. Article 51, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the height is excessive in stories. Article 51, Section 40-5A, off-street parking design, access, drive, and maneuverability. And Article 51, Section 53, off-street parking, screening, and buffering. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have the business address of 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. With me today is the architect for the project, Mr. Hezekiah Pratt, and also Mr. Paulo Almeida, who is the owner of the property. Madam Chair, today we are here seeking relief to change the legal occupancy of the building from a 2-family dwelling to a 4-family dwelling by erecting a 3-story rear addition and a 2-car garage to the existing structure. The zoning subdistrict is 2F5000. The lot size is approximately 8,200 square feet.
I'm sorry, what's the lot size?
8,135 square feet.
Thank you.
And it's a 2F5000 zoning subdistrict. The violations are as follows. 4-family use regulation is a forbidden use. Dimensional regulations for the addition that we're placing on the rear of the property, the entrance for the addition is on the side of the property, so that's why we're cited for that. With regard to the building height, the required height is 35 feet. The existing ridge top of the house currently is at 37.5, and we're not going any higher than that, so it's a pre-existing non-conforming. The FAR required is .6. We're going to .9. The rear yard setback is 30 feet. We have 22?
21.6.
21.6, close to 22 feet. And we're providing 7 off-street parking spaces.
And what's required?
7.
So you're
7
meeting,
parking spaces.
Yes.
So you're meeting the-
1.75 per unit.
so you're meeting the parking requirement, however, the maneuverability and the screening and buffering are the triggers?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we're doing screening and buffering around the parking area as well.
So tell us about these 2 units. Where they will be in the addition?
Well, the units are, first of all, I'd like to mention that the owner lives in the current 3-family. He lives on the first floor. He
Is it a
rents-
3-family or a 2-family?
It's an existing 2-family.
Okay.
I'm sorry. He lives on the first floor. He rents the second and third floor. The second and third floor is actually 1 unit. What he's proposing to do is, because he lives on the first floor, it doesn't meet his family needs. He has a growing family, has an extended family. That's the reason why he's adding a 4th unit on the back. So that 4th unit is the addition from the basement to the 3rd floor. That would be his unit. So he moves out of that into the 4th unit. He's renting the first floor. He's renting, which will be a 3-bedroom unit with 1.5 bath. He's renting the second floor, which would be a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath unit. The 3rd floor will be turned into the 3rd unit. He would install the kitchen there, 2 baths, and that would also be a 3rd 3-bedroom unit as well. So the existing building as it is will house 3 units. The 4th unit, again, which he's going to live in, is the addition on the back.
And how many bedrooms will that be?
I'm sorry?
How many bedrooms will that be?
He has 4 bedrooms, approximately 4.5 baths. He has a lot of bathrooms.
4 bedrooms. So the total bedroom count will 3, 6, 9. So there'll be 10 bedrooms in this new configuration.
Yeah, 9 and 4.
Okay.
3, 9, and 4, 13 bedrooms.
13 bedrooms. Okay. And what's the square footage of the 4th proposed unit?
4th unit is 2,843 square feet.
2,843 square
Yes,
feet?
it's a fairly large unit for bedrooms, yes, because it's a 4-bedroom unit in baths.
And there's no other option that the applicant could explore? Because these are a lot of violations.
Right. He wants to provide housing as well. And that's why that unit, the existing building, really is a fairly large building. That's why we're able to put the 3 units there in the addition where he's going to live on the back. So we have a sense of privacy for his family versus separates him from his renters.
Madam Chair, Mr. Almeida has a large family, extended family that will be living in 3 of the units.
No, but you know how it is that we need to look forward to saying that these approvals go into perpetuity, and it's, that's what it is.
Yeah, understood.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The plans are fine. I'm having a problem. I don't appear to have the 4th floor plan. I have basement, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. What am I missing? I'm sorry? What am I missing? I don't have a 4th floor plan. This is the 4th floor. There's a basement on the existing unit, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor on the existing building. On the addition, there is a basement for the new addition, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor.
So there is no 4th
No,
floor?
not at all.
Okay, so the previous statement about a 4th floor
I'm sorry,
unit
it's my mistake. I
doesn't...
misspoke, I'm sorry.
You said that the 2 units, the 2nd and 3rd floor in the existing building will each become 3-bedroom units?
Right, existing, yes, right.
So, but they're now, it's now 1 unit, 2nd and 3rd
It's
floor?
one second-
So
one
are there
unit, yes.
6 bedrooms there now?
Yes.
Big units.
Okay.
How many kitchens are actually in this building?
4 kitchens. 3 kitchens in the existing building for the 3 units, and he has one kitchen and his unit, the 4th unit.
I thought it was a 2-family.
2 bedrooms?
No, I thought it was a two-family.
The current is a two-family. The current existing building exists as a two-family.
Okay, do they have 3 kitchens in there now?
No, it's only two kitchens. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood this question. It's only 2 kitchens in a two-family building.
I may have misunderstood you.
Okay. Okay. Have you seen the BRA recommendation?
I'm just taking a look at it now.
What's the floor to ceiling in the basement?
7'6".
And that'll be true in the new basement as well?
The new basement, either that, we may try to get 8 feet if we can.
Madam Chair, we also had a couple of community meetings with regard to this. We had a meeting sponsored, a butters meeting sponsored by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, in which a number of the butters came out in support. We also met with the BAIA, and they gave us their support as well.
There was an express, at least 1 or 2 of the neighbors, the idea of adding additional rental units to their street. I think it was 1 or 2 people spoke in that regard as well. Also, the impact of the addition is very little because we're not expanding left or right of the existing structure. So the impact is very little as it relates to the streetscape. Also, the additional, that street has numerous 2- and 3-family buildings that are fairly large buildings, and also there's a multifamily building next to this building.
Yes.
And then on the backside, there's also a multifamily building as well.
Yes, Madam Chair, on that street, number 15 is a 26-unit building, number 20 is a 6-unit building, number 4 is a 6-unit building. There are several multifamilies in that area and on that particular street already exist.
Exactly.
Jeff, could you talk about the BPDA recommendation?
Yeah, so, I mean, it does say that it's, you know, in our opinion, it's too big, and when you have 13 bedrooms, to point to the, you know, Madam Chairwoman's statement that this goes on in perpetuity, that's our concern.
It's inconvenient, I would say the least.
Okay, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
They want 7 spaces?
Yeah, there's 2 in here.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this project. As Derek mentioned, I conducted an abutters meeting January 11th, and they went on to the BAI. The only concern that was frequently raised was added cars on the street, but they have a very large driveway, and I expressed to the applicant in his representation, I felt comfortable signing off as long as those cars remain in the driveway, and it's not a burden on the street parking.
Apropos that point, I'd like to ask BTD to comment on the parking.
Yes, Bob D'Amico, Boston Transportation Department. It looks like, Bob D'Amico, Boston Transportation Department. It looks like there are 3 cars in the driveway, parked bumper to bumper, which would require 2 cars to move to let that 3rd one out from the plans that I could just looked at. So I don't know if that works very, very well. It would provide an inconvenience to one of the 3 people that are parked in that location because they're bumper to bumper, and there's no room for maneuverability.
So there was side effects.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Daniel Polanco on behalf of Councilor Mark Siomo, also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody else here to speak in support? Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion? I'm sorry, so Bob, you said the tandem parking does not work? No. And so there are going to be 7 cars proposed for this site, but the rest of them, the 4 other cars, do not have that issue?
Right.
Okay.
Can I just address that? It's not tandem parking. There is, it's almost like a street relationship where a car parks in, backs out, pulls up, and backs back up, backs out again. So the driveway is more the...
So it's parallel parking, essentially. It's essentially parallel parking.
Right, exactly, and he does that now. That's the existing situation.
It's wide. How wide is it?
Sorry?
How wide is it?
You have, it's about, I think, 20...
It fits more than 2 cars, one beside the other. It's wide driveway.
It's about 20 feet, the width's about 20 feet wide total. Yeah.
And what's the depth?
It's about a 20-foot wide clearance there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was the idea, to create a street situation, a traditional street situation, so the cars can get in and out. The other thing which is advantageous is that the owner lives there.
For
So
now.
to monitor the parking situation.
For now.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion to approve, but BPD to pay special attention to the parking and make sure that it's reasonable and that it works.
Yeah, for design review for the addition, but also for strong screening and buffering.
Should we hold signature until we hear back from BPD that the parking works?
That sounds like a plan. I'll accept that amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 917-579, 349 to 349A Baker Street. There's also a companion case, BOA 917-588, 345 to 345B Baker Street. This is for 349A, direct a new two-family with parking on the first level on the same lot as the three-family. Violation is Article 56, Section 40.12, two or more dwellings on the same lot. Article 56, Section 7, a two-family is forbidden. Article 56, Section 8, the main entrance to face the front lot line. Article 56, Section 8, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 56, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 56, Section 8, side yard is insufficient. I'm going to read into the record, this is a family with parking on the first level on the same lot line for the two-family, and the lots are combined. The only different on the violations, we have the same violations as the previous. Article 56, Section 7, a three-family is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with a business address at 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined to my immediate right by Timothy Burke, the project architect, and to Tim's right, Eddie Coyle, the owner of the property. Madam Chair, members, this is a project to consolidate two lots. There are two existing two-family dwellings, one on each lot. The proposal would be to raise the existing older two families, consolidate these two lots into a new lot, which would be 17,388 square feet, and then to erect on the newly configured lot a two-family dwelling and a three-family dwelling. So the net effect of this is to consolidate lots and increase the coverage of the lot from 4 units currently to a proposed 5 units. The units would be generous size, 4-bedroom family-sized units, each with a 2-car garage. The units would range in size from 2,296 square feet up to 3,542 square feet. These would be 4-bedroom, 3.5-bath units. The violations owe to a couple of things, namely 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Again, this is a consolidation of 2 lots. The main point or purpose behind the consolidation is to economize and facilitate entrance to the site and entrance to the off-street parking facilities. The other violation is related in the sense of the violation for main entrance of the units not facing Baker Street. These are essentially interior, almost courtyard-facing buildings, so that parking can be accessed by means of coming in off of Baker Street and going left or right, depending on which building one's unit was located in. There's a building height violation that is stories only. These would be 3.5-story dwellings. They would still come in at 35 feet in total linear height, which is the maximum in the district, which is a 1F 6,000, which leads us to the violation for the forbidden use. There's a proposed 2-family and a proposed 3-family. This is a 1F district, therefore the 2 uses are forbidden. The 2 existing uses.
Sorry, this is 1F 6,000?
1F 6,000. So the 2 existing uses are non-conforming as well. It's 2 families. Again, we're going to a 2-family and a 3-family. There's a usable open space insufficiency. This district is 1,800 square feet of usable open space required per dwelling unit, which for 5 units would be 9,000 square feet. The entire lot is just over 17,000 square feet. There's a rear yard insufficiency. 30 feet is required. The minimum rear yard with the new buildings would be 16.8 feet. and there's a side yard violation. Minimum required is 12. This project would be at 9.4 feet on the proposed side yard setback.
And that's the side yard on, so you're going to define side yard on the zoning?
Yeah,
so it's essentially the rear yard of the
essentially the rear
proposed
yard of the
structure.
buildings, but it is the side of the lot line.
Okay, so that's it. Okay. 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 How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Plans are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record support. The proponents had a full community process. In the abutters meeting in September, one of the main issues was the number of bedrooms, which was 5. So they decreased that to 4 bedrooms in each unit, sent over revised plans. They did go to the neighborhood council. They were opposed there. However, I do not believe a lot of neighbors were there. I have 15 support letters with me here today, so I'd just like to go on record support and ask that if it is approved, that the proponents keep an open dialogue with the neighbors throughout the design review process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, Shannon Murphy from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project.
Ladies and gentlemen, I live directly across
Can you
the
please
street
speak
from
up some?
Pardon me?
Can you please speak up some?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I live directly across the street from this gentleman. And years ago, when he bought his house,
Wait,
he turned around.
Excuse me, are you in support?
Pardon me?
Are you
No,
in
I'm against him.
Okay, hold on 1 minute.
Years ago, when
Hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
Is anybody else here to speak in support? Did I
bought
see
the
somebody
house.
else who was standing up? Okay, if anybody else is speaking in opposition, please line up behind this gentleman.
He came to all the neighbors and he said he was going to live at the house. It was a legal house. He had a baby and everyone was for him. As soon as he got permission to turn it to two-family, he made it two-family and he left the neighborhood. And also, there's no room for the 10 cars that are going to be there. It's a very dangerous street.
Okay.
He has no intentions of living there or doing nothing. He's not a great neighbor.
Okay. And your name and address, please?
I live at 354 Baker Street, directly across the street from him.
And what's your name?
James Potts.
Okay.
P-O-T-T-S.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My main concern is...
Could you speak up, please? You can pull the microphone up to your mouth.
So, I live at 28 Dower Road, which is directly behind the 345 property, and I'm concerned about the rear yard variance as well as the height variance. I feel like the house will be looming down on my property, which right now my backyard is somewhat of a private spot for us.
And your name, please?
Richard Mulholland.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anybody else here to speak in opposition? Okay, any response, please, Councilor?
On the issue of the setback with the property in the rear, there is, as I said, a rear yard violation here. 30 feet is required. On that side, the 345 side, the rear setback varies from 16.8 at a minimum to 19.7. And that's for approximately a 47-foot portion of the lot where the building would actually be. The rest of it is unobstructed. In terms of the height, there's only a story height violation. The building would be 35 feet.
35, yeah.
And 35 feet is allowed by zoning.
Okay. And this includes parking garages, 2-car parking garages?
Yes, there's 1 garage per unit, So the garages are there, and I just want to point out, Mr. Duggan from ONS referenced support letters. I did submit those 15 support letters to the board. The vast majority of them are from Baker and Amesbury.
May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve with, obviously, PDA design review for the buildings, and just a continued, make an amendment to make a motion with the continued work with the neighbors to make sure that they're informed of the construction plan, and also to make sure that, that they know what's going on.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
908-171, 168 Dana Avenue. This is a change of occupancy from a one-family to a two-family, rear porch addition. The violation, Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking is insufficient, two-space required. Article 69, Section 8, a two-family dwelling is forbidden in a 1F 6,000 subdistrict. Name and address for the record, please. Name and address for the record. If you guys could just speak louder, the acoustics in here are not very good, so that's just basically a recording device, but if you can speak up, that would be great.
Sure. Kyle Smith with KDS Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street in Boston. To my left, I have the proponent and owner. To his left, I have Aline Rosa of Rosa Architects, the architect for the project.
So please tell us what's being proposed.
Sure, and if I can provide a little bit of back context as well, but in June of 2017, the owner became and owned the property. It was a lawful single family. He absorbed it and became owner as a de facto two-family. So we've had a premises, a building that's been a two-family for longer than we have. We can't prove how long it's been a two-family, but that's how he absorbed the property.
Are they paying taxes as a two-family, and are there 2 meters?
There's a single meter at present.
How about
But
the taxes?
taxes, it's presently being taxed as a single family.
Okay, so what evidence is there that this has historically been a two-family?
We haven't had anybody on site from BPDA or ISD, but the owner has removed appliances that are more than a decade or 2 decades old. So there's been no new construction to the project since he purchased it in 2017. So it was a pre-existing single family being used as a two. So the proposal is to basically expand the footprint of the existing single or first floor deck, build a second floor deck. In the process, the owner wasn't aware of the zoning implications behind it. The plans were submitted in October. He was ultimately issued the refusal letter. It's a single family 6,000 subdistrict. So he wants to lawfully bring the second unit into compliance and make this a legal two-family. There's no proposed expansion to the footprint or to the envelope of the building or any expansion. So we have pre-existing square feet, pre-existing de facto 2 units. So we're just basically trying to lawfulize the second unit. As a quick note, the plans were not submitted with the site plans that you have before you. We have an existing, also as a proposed site plan. We have more than enough off-street parking. We were not able to get an updated refusal letter from ISD at this point, but we believe the citation for insufficient off-street parking is incorrect or will be incorrect, and we'll get an updated refusal letter for that.
Do you have a site plan?
Yes, sir. They were submitted with the packages.
How many
Today's
bedrooms?
package, or?
I have additional here if you'd like it.
And how many bedrooms in each unit?
Currently, the first floor is a unit and has 2 beds. The second unit is comprised of a portion being on the second floor of 2 beds and also on the third floor of 2 beds. So the second unit has 4 beds.
Okay.
We have a square footage in total of 2,388 square feet. Assessor's office has 2,478. We believe our architectural plans to be more accurate. First unit is 1,028 square feet. The second unit is 974 on the second floor and 384 on the third floor for a combined roughly 1,358 square feet. We have a combined FAR with both units of about 0.245. Permissible is 0.5.
And tell us which drawing we should be looking at for the deck.
The architecturals.
Which plan number?
It's sheet number A1.1. And A1.2 for the second floor.
So this is a 20 by 7 foot deck.
Correct.
Okay, and likewise on the second unit.
Correct.
What's the access to the second unit? Is it from the deck?
That will be the second means of egress. The access, the main access is through the front of the property. There's a staircase.
Okay. Any questions, Mr. Pisani? How are the plans?
Drawings are fine. Where is, okay, so the second means of access from the second floor is off the deck and stairs going down, is that correct?
Correct.
And the second means of egress off the first floor is off the deck and stairs going down, is that correct?
Correct.
What was the second means of egress in existing conditions, since it's been used as a second unit?
Originally, it was inside, but when and correct me if I'm wrong, when the client purchased the house, the second means of egress was locked. So we try to create this porch to make it compliant with two means of egress on each unit. Correct.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, so the addition, only additions to the house is the carport and then the two decks, is that? Or?
No, the garage is pre-existing. The only addition will be basically an enlargement of the first floor deck and the creation of a second.
Shingles and new trim on the outside, right?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
New shingles on the roof, new trim on the outside, or no?
No.
I mean, just to blend the structure, but not, the intent is not to replace everything at present.
How many parking spaces are going to be allowed in the new renovation?
We presently have a garage which accommodates two. There's a proposal to expand the driveway slightly to, as the second proposed plan indicates, there will be 4 total spaces. 2 garage-based and 2 exterior.
Do you have a drawing that shows those spaces?
Yes, there is a proposed plan with you and also the original existing and then a proposed.
It's the third sheet on the set, a proposed plot plan.
They were separate to the architectural plans.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
No.
Is anybody here?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
You bought the property as a single family?
Yes.
Okay. It's been traded as a single family several times from something we see here, right? And you're collecting rent from somebody else?
From a cousin, he lived with me in the house.
So it's a family member or family unit that's living with him.
And there's 2 kitchens in the property?
Yes.
So there were not all of the components necessary to call it a kitchen upon the conveyance to the current owner. So, you have to have a stove, you have to have all those requirements. So by removing this...
Let's slow down just for 1 second.
Sure.
Because you told us that it was used as a 2-family.
Correct.
Way back when, and now you're telling us that it doesn't have that setup.
There's a full kitchen. If you remove a stove, you can then not necessarily have to call it legally a kitchen, so it kind of, skirts around
So what do you
law and
use,
requirements.
a microwave or a convection oven?
I'm not sure what was there before the owner purchased the property, but there was a de facto kitchen, refrigerator, sinks, dishwasher, etc.
Okay, so, okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian Flynn with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We did have an abutters meeting a while back. New things have come to light since then in terms of opposition from the community and many residents, citing such concerns as work that was done, without proper permits and things of that nature. So at this time, we cannot support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter?
Brian, can I, before you leave, is the issue past behavior, or is there a problem with proposed changes as well?
So We've basically gotten a lot of phone calls. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from multiple residents, basically just citing that there was some work done illegally, and ISD was involved as well. So then I just felt that, you know, I just didn't feel comfortable supporting the project at this time.
Walter?
Good morning, Walter Applewhite, Council McCarthy's office. We'd also like to go on record as opposed for the similar reasons. We got a deluge of phone calls that work was done on the project and that it was being rented out. And so I couldn't necessarily endorse what was there because I'm not sure what was there because it was reported that work was done before coming to this board. So I'm not necessarily sure what. I know it's zoned as a single family. It's been taxed as a single family, I believe, since 80, maybe 87. And I'm not sure what exists there now.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition? Just for the record, we have received a letter. The abutter is had to be out of town, which basically states that over the years, this building has always been a single-family dwelling. That this person holds no issue with the new purchases of the building. However, it appears that second unit or the kitchen has been added since the purchase, and that there's been construction and construction-related issues with the new owners.
Madam Chair, can the owner respond?
Yes, please, briefly.
When I bought the house, I saw supplementation and for the future. So it was 2 kitchens. When I moved, they used to use the kitchen and the second floor like laundry, and they have other appliances in there, but they don't used to use because it was 2 people living in the house by themselves. So I moved in, and yes, I put some hardwood floor in the whole entire house, and I fixed some broken windows. They say about I do something, and that's what I did. I took all the carpet of the house and I put a brand new floor, and I fixed all the windows broken. That's what I did.
Thank you. Okay, given all this information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for denial.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The proposal has been denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 900-189, 27 Leedsville Street. This is new construction of a 3-family residential on vacant land. Violation Article 65, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
I live in 5 Carlton Road, Woburn, Mass.
I'm sorry, your address again?
5 Carlton Road, Woburn, Mass. 02468.
So tell us what you're proposing to do.
So we're proposing to build a 3-family on a vacant lot. 3 families going to have 4 bathrooms each, 2 baths, more open living room and kitchen, and place is going to have like 4 parking spots in the rear.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing today. Can you please speak up?
Sure. So we're proposing a 3-family, like 3-family unit, 4 bathrooms. 4 bedrooms each, 2 baths per floor, and open kitchen and living room.
Okay.
And the area
parking?
There's going to be 4 parking spots in the rear.
Okay. Okay. It looks like your only violation is open space.
Yes.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
As long as you're adequate. How many parking spaces are you providing?
I'm proposing. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Bazzani.
No, how many parking spaces have been provided?
We're proposing 4 parking spots.
How many bedrooms?
4 bedrooms. No, sorry, total for the unit?
12.
12 bedrooms, yes.
12 bedrooms.
Now, you've gone through a community process. Are there new plans that you may have?
Yes, the new plans is basically just to take away the handicap ramp in the front because I think our neighbor at 20 site 31 Leesville Street didn't really want us to put in a handicap
Can we
ramp.
make sure Mr. Bazzani has the updated plans, please? And so how is a handicapped unit going to be provided on site?
There won't be a handicap unit at this point because, we're not going to plan to have a handicap unit.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Qua Pham from Mayor's Office of Neighborhood and Services. We would like to go on record and support. The applicant did have the abutters meeting and also multiple civic meeting in order to allow them more time to converse with the neighbors, and which he came back, agreed to removing the handicap accessible in the front and also providing fencing for privacy along the abutters properties.
Can we get back to that point? It's a multifamily dwelling. That is, it's more than 2 units, it's 3 units. Accessibility is required. How is it that the community simply wants to remove it and it's not within their purview? And the new plans that were submitted have not had the benefit of having been reviewed by ISD. ISD reviewed plans that had the accessible ramp.
So, Mr. Bazzani, it sounds like there is a technical problem with those plans, so this likely needs to be deferred.
Motion for deferral, and when you come back, bring a letter from ISD that looks and comments on these plans, because as far as I can see, you have a major violation. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
June 11th.
June 11th at 11:30. Please give us the additional information that we need. Okay, anybody here who's here to speak on this project, we will hear it in its full detail on June 11th. Okay? Thank you.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 893-315, 18 to 26 Bradshaw Street. This is direct five new townhouses. The violations, Article 60, Section 8, forbidden use. The maximum number of townhouse buildings in a 3F subdistrict is 3. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient minimum lot area. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient minimum lot width. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient minimum lot frontage. Article 60, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient usable open space per dwelling unit. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 60, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. And Article 60, Section 41, 2 or more dwellings on one lot. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined by Arthur Chu, the project architect. Madam Chair, members, this is a proposal to develop a 6,267 square foot vacant lot on Bradshaw Street. It's at the corner of Gleason Street into a new 5-unit building. This would be 5 consecutive townhouse-style units. The site has been something of a hole in the ground for 3 decades or so. I think during the process that people in the neighborhood were happy to see something being developed here. The 5 units would all be the same size, essentially the same unit, 1,358 square feet. Each one would be served by a 1-car garage. Each garage would have its own driveway and curb cut on Bradshaw Street. These would be 2-bedroom units.
This is introducing 5 curb cuts onto Bradshaw?
Yes, which I'm sure we'll be discussing a little bit. So this, that's it. It's a very simple project, 5 2-bedroom units. I think the issue here that's in front of us is a sequence of 5 10-foot curb cuts on Bradshaw Street, including getting very close to Gleason Street. I was not part of the community process for this, but even I would recognize that it appears to me the building may be upside down in terms of on the site. I think that this is something that could be rectified and the project could be improved by simply flipping it with a single driveway access from Gleason Street.
Just a quick question. Would this benefit from a deferral so that all these flipping arounds can occur prior to it coming to this board?
I don't think so.
Because is it going to create additional violations?
No, because it's essentially the same building. I just think that, and there was an option presented by the architect to the client about doing it with access from Gleason Street. The client wanted it this way. I think there was an anticipation that maybe during community process that would change, and it didn't. The community was, from what I understand, quite supportive of the project. But I don't think it would require a deferral in the sense that all we're really talking about is eliminating street side curb cuts on Bradshaw Street and effectuating entry to the site from Gleason Street into the garages and just changing the interior configurations of the building so the garages are accessed from the other side. That also has the benefit of removing those 5 garage doors on Bradshaw Street, which I think is very unappealing from an urban design standpoint.
I respect your comments, Counselor, as always, but you're putting the board in the position of approving something that we're not really approving.
Well, we can.
We have a set of drawings here, and
but I understand.
I think you're better off.
I understand. I'm not going to fight the board on that issue, so I think that the board is anticipating a motion to defer then in that case.
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
Well, we're already into June, so it'll be June 11th.
Okay, so it's June 11th at 11:30. Ma'am, we've deferred this case because the plans need some work, and we will rehear it again on June 11th at 11:30. Okay? So I hope you continue to be part of the process. Thank you. Thank you.
Calling next case, calling BOA 907-324, 1-7 Wilcott Road. This is 3-story townhouses to combine 2 lots for parking, existing building to be raised. Violation Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading, location. Article 65, Section 8, townhouse 4 units is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small. The business address at 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. With me today is Mr. Matt Muir from Muir Architects, who's the architect for the project. Madam Chair, we are here seeking relief to combine the lots and erect a 4-story townhouse-style units. The existing structure on the site will be demolished, and we have approximately 10 off-street parking spaces. The zoning sub-district is 2F6000. The lot size is 5,610 square feet.
And that's 5,610 combined.
That's correct.
Okay.
The violations are as follows. Parking locations. We have 10 parking spaces located on a separate parcel, which is located above. You can probably see it on the plan on what page it is. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I misspoke. The total lot size is what now?
8,545 combined.
And
Not including the parking area.
That's correct.
Including the parking, everything. Yeah.
So the buildings themselves are on 5,610 square feet, and the 10 parking spaces are on about 3,000 square feet?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Counselor.
Okay. The 4 townhouse units at the location is a forbidden use in the sub-district. The lot frontage is 50 feet, we have 30. The FAR is 0.4. We are proposing 0.82.
So, I'm sorry, the FAR is what, 0.4?
0.4.
And you're proposing what?
0.82. The building height, number of stories is 2.5 stories, we're proposing 3. The front yard setback is 15 feet required, we have 10 proposed. Side yard is 10 feet required, we're proposing 6. And the rear yard is at 30, and we're proposing 7. I'm sure we had a lengthy community process with regards to this project. We had approximately 3 abutters meetings sponsored by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we also had 3 meetings with the MBBA. which is in support of the project. We have support of the Director Butters, a couple of them who are here today, and we'll stop here and answer any questions that the board may have.
So tell us, what is proposed, so how will the parking work?
So that parking lot is about 10 feet above grade, above where the houses are. So people would park up there and walk down to the townhouses.
But they get off through a private way? What's the egress and access?
The egress is just a stairway. You can see it on the site plan.
No, not for the cars.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
How do they get in and out?
They just pull off the street. It's right, the parking's right off the street.
Okay, what's the difference between Mount Bowden Terrace private and Mount Bowden Terrace public?
That private is just something that appears on the historical records.
It's a public way. Mount Bowden Terrace is a public way.
Mount Bowden Terrace is a public way, but that private, explained to me by the surveyors that appears on the records, but it's off the street.
And so it's like one huge curb cut.
Yes. Right now, that's what it is.
What's there currently on that site? Is it already these
Trees.
trash?
Yeah.
It's just vacant land? Vacant land. Okay. And how tall is that retaining wall?
It's around 8 feet approximately.
8 feet?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell us what happens on the other side of the street from Mount Bowden Terrace. Is that residential use?
Yes.
Single family?
Ones and twos.
Ones and twos?
And some threes, actually, it's mixed.
And what's the traffic like on Mount Bowden Terrace to have such a wide curb cut?
There's not a lot of traffic on Mount Bowden. There's approximately 7 or 8 houses on the street.
On Mount Bowden Terrace? Okay.
We never hear that at this board. There's not much traffic on the street.
I'm sure you don't.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any further questions from the board?
Bob, have you had a chance to take a look at this? No, I haven't.
In the meantime, while you guys do that, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel on behalf of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, here to speak on behalf of my colleague Christine Brando, the coordinator for this area. They held a robust community process for this project proposal. We'd like to go on behalf and support this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dustin Garden on behalf of City Council President Andrea Campbell's office. We'd also like to go on record in support with their continued work with the community as they have already. They've talked about implementing some lighting and some care for the street, which I believe that they're willing to do. So we'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Are you speaking in support?
Yes.
Yes, please put your name and address on the record.
Manuel Gonzalez, 71 Rosetta Street. I am one of the abutters in support of the project.
Thank you. Is anybody?
Madam Chair Lady?
Yes, please.
I just had a question. Just looking at the plans for the first time, there's a 100-foot curb cut,
Okay.
and that's, if there's any parking on that side, that can present somewhat of a problem. That's quite a huge curb cut.
So tell us about that. Is there parking on that side of the street?
There is currently.
Yes.
There is. Okay. Is somebody here from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services who might know the street itself? No? Okay. Because we need to get a sense of, you know, how frequently that side of the street is used for parking. Did you say there's like 7 houses on that street?
Check, pull it up.
Okay. Okay.
It's a relatively small street.
Okay. Given that information.
Before, the BPDA recommendations for deferral due to insufficient.
Yeah, we didn't have plans.
Okay, but now you do.
I don't have any
Well,
plans.
but that's pretty standard, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion for deferral. I obviously we don't like doing that, but with in excess of almost 100-foot curb cut, I mean, I can't think of a project that we have looked at with that, and I think the board would benefit from actually taking a look at it because I don't have a strong enough sense, and the appellant is not able to give enough information as to what the real impact of that 100-foot curb cut would be. I mean, we're taking a lot of cars off the street, and you could argue, well, is it a 1-to-1 or a 1-to-3? And it depends on the context. It depends on what that neighborhood really is. I don't have sufficient information to do that. I don't think members of the board do. So I'd like to make a motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date?
Counselor, I know you're coming back on the 7th. We can squeeze you in on May 7th. That's the earliest we can get you in.
May 7th at 11:30. Okay?
It's now 10:40. I'm going to call it 10:30 hearings. Are there any withdrawals or deferrals for 10:30? Address, please.
There are two. The first is 560 East 5th Street.
Okay, and what's the other one, Mark?
The other one is 799 East 3rd.
$799 East 3rd?
Yes.
Oh, is that the one that you had before?
We've had a lot of deferrals.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. For the,
Go ahead.
just so everybody's aware, we are into June, so if you're going to be deferring, you're going to be into the June month, June 25th. So for the first one, BOA 900-588, 799 East 3rd Street. And the other one, I'm sorry, Counselor?
560 East 5th.
Okay. We'll do each one separately?
Oh.
Okay. Name and address for the record for 799 East 3rd.
For 799 East 3rd, Mark Lacasse, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass.
Tell us what the reason is. What are you requesting, with deferral or withdrawal?
Requesting a deferral to continue the community process.
So tell us, when did it start?
This is the first time we've been before this board.
When does the community process start?
We had an abutter meeting in December,
Uh-huh.
and we've continued to have one-on-one discussions with the abutters, but we've had a request from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services and some of the abutters that are here today to continue the process relating to the unit count and configuration of the building.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
You have a date of June 25th at 11:30.
Thank you.
Next
And the
date.
other address was 560, I'm sorry.
560 East 5th.
For the record, calling BOA 866-583, 560 East 5th Street. Name and address for the record.
Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass., attorney for the applicant.
They're right after each other.
Deferral again?
Yes, seeking a deferral to continue the process. We have been actively engaged with the abutters and hopeful that some design changes that are being requested and considered will get us to a point where we can come back to this board, but we're not there yet, and there's been a request.
Just out of curiosity, when did you put your application in? I'm just trying to figure out if, because we have an inordinate number of deferrals for today, and I don't know if it's the lag because there were no community meetings in December, or if projects are coming to this board before they are really processed.
No, I think, Madam Chair, it's a matter of issues which we hope to resolve and make changes and proposals as we continue through the process with a hearing date in mind, and then we just don't quite get to the finish line, and then we're asked to have another community meeting, most of which, as you know, only meet once a month. It just, believe me, my clients don't wish to defer and like to complete the process ahead of time, but sometimes that simply isn't the case.
Okay, I guess, okay. So may I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
Date is 6/25 at 11:30.
Thank you.
Address, sir? Address?
40 Horace.
For the record, calling BOA 821-295, 40 Harvard Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Al Cantar, 58 Gainsborough Street, Boston, Mass.
Tell us, what are you requesting, a withdrawal?
I'm sorry, what?
What are you requesting?
Deferral.
Okay. Now, this is your third deferral today. This is your third project. What's going on?
Yeah, no. Same reason, the architect is out of town. He's in Colorado.
I'm sorry?
The architect is out of town.
For today?
Yes, we
Just
have.
for them, can you proceed?
He's representing all three that I...
Can you proceed today with this case without your architect? No?
No.
We've already deferred the others.
I know, but this is just too many cases. It's a waste of our time. May I have a motion for deferral?
Motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
We're going to squeeze that one in because we have a date of May 21st, so we're going to squeeze it in on May 21st at 11:30.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
And this is a notice to everybody who may be watching and who's here that we are not disposed to giving too many deferrals, second or third deferrals, that we expect these projects to come to closure the next time we see them. So if the community needs to meet more frequently, or if there needs to be more subcommittee meetings or whatever it is to bring projects to closure, that really needs to happen. Because I think this board has been very tolerant about deferrals, but there are just far too many on for today. And we're seeing more of those recently. Okay, now that I've said that, may we continue with the rest of our cases?
Just want to make sure there are no more deferrals or withdrawals for 10:30. Okay, calling the next case. Calling BOA 890-821-1069 to 1071 Dorchester Avenue. This is to confirm occupancy as a two-family, change of occupancy to a three-family, and propose to demolish an existing roof to construct a third-floor addition on an existing footprint. Construct an exterior deck and egress stairs. The violation is Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Derek Small, the business address of 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. With me today is Mr. Chris McGillicuddy, who's the contractor, and Ms. Pat Schubert, who's the owner of the property.
Okay.
Madam Chair, today we're here seeking you to change the legal occupancy of the building from a two-family dwelling to a three-family dwelling by adding a third-story addition to the building. The zoning sub-district is a 3FD 3000. The lot size is approximately 3,336 square feet. Madam Chair, this is probably one of the only two-deckers in the three-decker zone. And so it's part of a gut rehab of the whole property. We are seeking to go up the one-story.
And you're matching the design of the triple deckers around?
On the side, that is correct, absolutely correct. The violations, Madam Chair, are off-street parking. Requirement is one additional parking, we have none. As Dorchester Ave is a main thoroughfare, and I think there's pretty ample parking on that street. The FAR is 1.3, and we're going to 1.7 with the addition. The open space is 300 square feet per unit, we have 256. The side yard setback requirement is 5 feet. On one side we have 4, and on the other side we have 3.5. Those are pre-existing non-conforming conditions. And then, Madam Chair, with regard to community process, we had a butters meeting sponsored by the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we also met with the Columbia South Hills Association.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
What is the floor-to-ceiling height in the basement?
It is 7'9" existing. I can tell you that even at the main thoroughfare, there is not ample parking on that part of Dorchester Avenue. I know it well, but also none of the units have off-street parking, so.
It's consistent with the pack.
It's consistent, but don't exaggerate by saying it's ample parking.
Okay, anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. There was an abutters meeting held with community input being overwhelmingly positive. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Frank Baker's office would like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Board, good day.
Calling BOA 832-215, 36 Spring Garden Street. This is to construct a new rear attached garage with residential unit above, confirm occupancy as a one-family and change to a three-family residential building. The violation are Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, a three-family dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the height is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, 65-9.2, the location of the main entrance.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher, RCLC with project architect, business address at 415 Neponset Ave. I'm joined to my right by Joseph Baker. He's the owner of 36 Spring Garden Street. He also owns several other properties on Spring Garden Street. He's a lifelong resident. The proposal here is to construct a rear addition, creating a new two-car garage at the rear of the property with an additional dwelling unit on top of it, and to convert the existing structure from a single-family to a three-family residential unit. We have some zoning violations, most of which are pre-existing non-conforming. The zoning violations that are new that we're creating are the use itself, 3 units. Parking is a violation which we're seeking relief from. Currently, we have 2 off-street parking spaces designed, 3 is the requirement, and FAR, the allowed is 0.5, and the proposed FAR is 1.26. The unit breakdowns are as follows. Unit 1 is 1,580 square feet. It's 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. Unit 2 is 1,104 square feet. It's 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. And then Unit 3, the small unit above the garage, is 800 square feet with 1 bed, 1 bath.
What's the first square footage, sir?
Unit 1 is 1,580 square feet.
And tell us about the violations.
So we have off-street parking. The requirement is 3. We are proposing 2. The use itself, lot width and frontage is insufficient. Those are pre-existing non-conforming. FAR is a new violation. Height.
So tell us what's required and what's proposed.
For height.
For FAR, height, and all the other violations.
Okay. So the parking is 3 required. We're proposing 2. The FAR allowed is 0.5. We're at 1.2. The height is 30'2". We're at 30'6", but I believe the violation is in stories. The left side yard, the existing requirement for both sides is 10 feet. Currently, it's at 3.8, and in the rear where the new garage will be constructed, that goes down to 1 foot to the rear property line, but on the opposite side of the butts into the garage. The front yard violation, the required is 15, the existing is at 10 feet, we're not changing it. The rear yard is 29, existing is 29 feet, we're taking it down to 3'5" to accommodate the 2-car garage, the required is 30, and the open space is none required.
And the main entrance for that 3rd unit is now going to the side of the house?
Correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Zani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. There was a robust community process around this, including several abutters meetings and then meeting with the local civic association. The applicant also made great efforts to reach out to the abutters informally, and requests were met through those conversations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, and we echo the sentiments of the Mayor's office, and we're supporting this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of the Council at Large, Michael Flaherty, the Council to go on record in support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, if I may, I've also...
Hold on 1 minute.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Nancy King. I'm 34 Spring Garden Street, one of the abutters. My fiance and I have lived on the street for the past 12 years. When we started looking for houses, we moved to Spring Garden Street.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you just tell us briefly what your opposition is based on?
Yeah, so my opposition is based on the fact that it's going to affect the density, the housing type, and the design of the residential subdistrict. The project's going to cover the majority of the lot, something that other houses along our road don't do. The part of the lot that isn't built will be paved with the driveway, providing no yard on the property. And the size of the proposed project isn't in keeping with the scale and the character of the houses along our row of Spring Garden Street. As proposed during the abutters meeting over the summer, it was proposed as a 3-car garage. I'm hearing now that it's a 2-car garage. We've had no insight into that change. And that's also very out of character for such a tight lot. The simple issue of, for example, of snow removal is going to be a challenge because there will be nowhere to put the snow. The whole property is going to be covered with a driveway if there is any open space. This area is zoned as a 2-family residential district, and our row of similar houses were all built at the same time. They're all still single-family houses, and I'm concerned about the character of the street changing and the overall fabric of the neighborhood being negatively affected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else to speak in opposition? Any response?
Sure. The garage has always been a 2-car garage. If there was some confusion about that, it was not presented as a 3-car garage. Further, the design of the building from the street remains largely the same. We took care to try to keep the streetscape and visual appearance of the existing fabric of the street. There are also several other multifamily buildings in the area on Spring Garden Street and the abutting streets. I've also provided the board with 25 years of support from abutters, including 3 of the 4 direct abutters that physically share boundaries with 36 Spring Garden Street.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, George.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 912-313, 30 Dunreath Street. There is also a companion case, building code BOA 912-312, 30 Dunreath Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2-family to a 3-family, functioning as a 3-family, paying family taxes on a 3-family, 2 egresses for all units, no work to be done. The violation is Article 50, Section 29. Additional lot area insufficient, insufficient lot area per unit. This is building code. This is change of occupancy from a 2-family to a 3-family. And the building code, 9th edition, 780 CMR. The 209 IEBC change of occupancy code compliance with the 215 IBC 780 CMR is required. The 9th edition 70 CMR Chapter 9, Table 903.2, the change of use of classification. Change in the legal use from an R3 to an R2 requires a sprinkler system protection. Name and address for the record, please.
It's James and Kaya Wyckoff, 30 Dunreath Street in Roxbury.
The first thing we always ask is that you address the building code violation.
Mm-hmm.
So can you speak to that?
Sure. It says, I'm sorry, the additional lot, insufficient lot?
So this is talking about the sprinkler system.
Oh, okay. I can address that. The building was constructed in the 1890s originally, and it had no pre-existing sprinkler system at that time, and none was installed upon the purchase of the house when we purchased it 2 years ago.
So now that you're legalizing the occupancy, are you also going to be legalizing all the life safety issues that are in effect today?
That wasn't a part of our plan. It was just the way the house was originally structured. Our abutting neighbors have the same structure. We were just going to put the steps in place, go through due process to just legalize it as a 3-family as it currently exists.
Okay. Mr. Pisani, do you want to chime in on this?
Yes. I mean, the purpose of the sprinkler is it ensures life safety. make a motion to deny the request for building code relief. The building should be sprinkled.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So it means that should the rest of the your requests go ahead, the building needs to be sprinkled. Okay?
Okay.
So tell us about your request to change it from a 2 to a 3-family dwelling.
Sure. So the house is already functioning as a 3-family, like it was previously mentioned. We're paying 3-family taxes on the building.
Okay.
The total square footage of the house is 3,400 square feet. That's starting from the first floor, it's 1,200 square feet. Second floor, 1,200 square feet. Third floor is 1,000 square feet. Okay. Bedrooms on the first floor is 3 bedrooms. Second floor is 2 bedrooms, and the third floor is 2 bedrooms. And there's already existing baths on each floor, as well as kitchen.
And is this the 1,000 square foot? Is that an attic? What's the floor to ceiling height?
Floor to ceiling height is, I believe, 1 second, 8 feet 3 inches.
And let's see. So your violation is only violation is lot area per dwelling unit. And the plans are adequate, Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jessica Thomas with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we'd like to go on record to support the project. They had an abutters meeting and a meeting with the Neighborhood Association, and it was fully supported by both the abutters and the association.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Chairwoman, I'm sorry. Karen Foley, Councilor Wasabi George's office, and we're going on support record.
Can I ask a question? What prompted the desire on your part for the change of occupancy? Were you cited, or that you came forward on your own?
Could you repeat the?
What prompted the application for change of occupancy on your part?
Just the existing structure, it's very much functions as a 3-family. There's 2 egresses for each. I mean, we live.
I understand that. So I guess my question is, why didn't you just go along like unfortunately too many people do? What prompted you to seek legal occupancy as a 3?
If I may answer the question. First of all, based on the record that we have from assessing online, we've been paying 3-family worth of taxes since the house been paying in 1986. And we just want to, one reason as a homeowner in Roxbury, you want to make it record straight. You know, we are...
So it was just clarifying the record?
Yes.
Clarifying the record, and also obviously have the 3-family and may have higher value to our asset as a homeowner. We are just homeowners, so,
okay.
Yep.
Anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Oh, I'm sorry, I did that. In opposition, so nobody's in opposition. May I have a motion?
Motion for approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries on the change. However, you do need to sprinkle that building.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Calling DOA 905-506-101 Heath Street. This is erecting new 4-story building with 9 apartments on the upper 3 floors and retail, elevator lobby, and 9-vehicle parking garage on the first floor. Violation Article 59, Section 38. Visibility across corner is obstructed. Article 59, Section 18. A multifamily dwelling unit is forbidden use. Article 59, Section 37. Off-street parking requirement is insufficient. And Article 59, Section 37. Off-street parking design, the size. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Patrick Mahoney with the business address of 160 Kimball Street. With me is the architect, Phil Baresco, with his business address of 360 Bromfield Street. Our client, Klaus Kimmel, is in the audience today. The proposal here is 101 Heath Street. It's 9 residential units with a small commercial use on the first floor with 9 parking spaces. The space is dimensionally compliant, meaning the height is 40 feet in this area. It's a local industrial zoning subdistrict in Mission Hill. The floor area ratio is 2.0. Yeah, just under that is what's being proposed. The lot size is 7,366, and it's a little over 1.99 at 14,717 square feet of living space. The primary use that we're seeking relief from today is the use. The residential use in this area is not allowed. It's a forbidden use. And also we were cited for visibility across the front yard. That was an incorrect zoning citation, which would only apply when there is a front yard or side yard requirement. In this zoning subdistrict, there are none.
So your parking, so the use is forbidden.
Correct.
Tell us about the parking required. You're proposing 9?
Yes.
What's required?
9 is required for the residential parking spaces. There's 1 space per unit required. The commercial space requirement for this zoning subdistrict is every 2,000 square feet, 2 parking spaces are required. The first floor commercial space is about 530 square feet, so a fractional parking space would be required.
Okay.
And because 9 is an odd number, 9 in a fractional amount, it would round up.
Okay. And there's parking on that side of the street on Heath that doesn't seem to be heavily used. Is there a demand for a retail use on that, or is it that you couldn't think of anything else to put there?
I don't think there is a demand for it. Our client would like to run his business out of the first floor, so he's going to keep that for himself. There isn't a tenant in mind for a 500 square foot space. It isn't a large commercial area in that section of Heath Street.
Yeah.
The residential use is a request through the neighborhood. There is a homeowner deed restriction that has been submitted, and as well as in exchange for a letter of support from the neighborhood association.
And what's this penthouse?
There's 3 units per floor plate. They're all at each floor above the second floor, second, third, and fourth. It's the same configuration. It's 3 2-bedroom units of approximately 1,040 square feet, 2 bed, 2 bath, and then 6 3-beds. 3 of the 3 beds are 1,360 square feet with 2 baths, and the other 3 are 1,330 2 beds and 2 baths.
And there's no roof deck proposed?
That's correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
Is these all home ownership?
They will be. With the exception of the commercial space, of course, that will be retained by the client. All of the residential units will be sold with the deed restriction.
And what is the content of the deed restriction?
Essentially, to motivate home ownership, so the owner-occupied residence. I mean, there are some restrictions on that in case of foreclosure and short sales and for financing purposes, but it will be in place.
So the language is that the owner needs to live there?
In home ownership, yeah. Owner-occupied units.
Any other questions from the board?
I'll submit a copy of the decision.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Giselle Gar at the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. We held a pretty good community process where we had abutters that came out, shared their concerns, and by the end of the process had declared their utter support for it. These are direct abutters right on Bickford Street and on Heath Street. We also went to the Community Alliance of Mission Hill and received their unanimous support, and also NHS came out in support as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Will Poff Webster from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office, representing the back of the hill. We would also like to go on record in support, especially considering the need for home ownership opportunities in Mission Hill. Thank you.
Chairman of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of Councilor Michael Flaherty, Council to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with the PDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you. Calling BOA 909-744, 11 Ruggles Street. This is to erect a new building on a vacant lot. It contains 6 residential dwelling units and accessory parking in the rear yard. The violation is Article 50, Section 8. Dwelling units are conditional on the first and basement floors. Article 50, Section 11, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking requirements is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 44, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass., attorney for the applicant. This is a proposal to construct a new residential building in the vacant parcel. The first photograph in the packet that I've handed to you shows the existing 3 buildings. On the right-hand side is number 9 Ruggles. The brick wall that remains is 11 Ruggles. That's the vacant parcel that we're talking about here today. And then the 2 buildings on the left are 13 and 15. The entirety of the parcel is a single lot, so we're essentially infilling a building at number 11 where previously a building used to exist. The second photograph or rendering in your packet is the current design plan. This sub-district includes...
So this is at the Washington Street end of Ruggles?
Yes.
Okay.
This particular location is located in the Neighborhood Design Review sub-district, so we are also subject to that in addition to your usual BPDA design review. As part of that process, this is the current rendering that was presented to the Dudley Square Neighborhood Association, which shows an infilling of the vacant parcel with a brick masonry facade, very identical to the existing structures, and that the addition on the top is metal panel and windows. There was a desire in the community to see something a little more contemporary on the parcel, so we're achieving that with the upper 2 floors set back from the front parapet. The specific zoning violations presented are a conditional use permit is required for the residential use in the basement and at the street level because this is in the Dudley Square Economic Development Area, so residential uses on those levels are conditional. The floor area ratio is excessive. The maximum in this district is 2.0. And by infilling this vacant parcel between the other buildings brings it to 2.7. Off-street parking and loading is insufficient. There was a hope that we might be able to get some cars behind the building because there's some space behind these existing buildings, but that was predicated upon obtaining an easement from the abutting property. There's a driveway on when you're facing the building on the right-hand side, but the pinch point at the rear of our lot line is only 4 feet wide. So without an easement from the abutting property, we're simply not able to get cars back there because we only have 4 feet on our property. We were not successful in getting an easement agreement, so there will be no parking, but our refusal letter does include a citation for insufficient parking. Lastly, the 2 or more dwelling units on 1 lot is cited. That's a design-related issue, and of course, has to do with the fact that this is a single lot of land and there are already 3 existing buildings on it. We're just infilling the vacant parcel, so that constitutes 2 or more dwellings on 1 lot. So that's a conditional use permit similarly related to the applicability of the Neighborhood Design Review Subdistrict, which was cited in the refusal letter.
Tell us about that addition, the proposed addition. Tell us about the dimensions on that and what the height ends up being on that portion.
Yep, so the height of the proposed addition is 54 feet. The maximum in this sub-district is 55, so we're within the height, and that's not one of our violations. Each of the units are, the basement is a 2-bedroom unit. The other units on the upper floors are all about 1,450 square feet, front to back. And a total of 8,712 additional square feet of living space.
Okay. And aren't there existing tenants in that building?
There are existing tenants in the existing buildings, but this is a vacant parcel. So behind that brick wall that you see in the photograph, there's nothing there. Okay. So this will infill between the existing buildings.
Okay. Okay, and what is the proposed bedroom count and square footage for the units?
Yep. So the basement unit is a two-bedroom unit and is 1,458 square feet. The units on levels 1 through 5 are all three-bedroom units with 1,424 square feet on level 1, and levels 2, 3, 4, and 5, 1,458 square feet. So good-sized units.
And is this anticipated for rental or sale?
Rental. The existing buildings by this owner are rental buildings, yes.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
In terms of the exterior of the two adjacent buildings, is that part of this contract or future intent?
There was a request at the Dudley Square Neighborhood Association along those lines, and there is a commitment by the owner to clean the facades of the existing structures while the new structure is being built.
Right, but you're also showing dramatic entrances with coins and...
Those are already there, Mr. Bazzani.
They're going to be cleaned up?
Cleaned up, yep.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to be upgraded, I hope.
Yep.
Thank you.
What's the distance between the new proposed building and the existing?
They're connected. It's just an infill of the existing missing tooth, if you will.
Okay.
What is the material of the top two floors?
Zinc metal panel.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jessica Thomas with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we like to go on record to support the project. Right now, it's an empty, missing tooth, as Mark mentioned, and by having the new building there would reduce loitering. The Neighborhood Association also sent a letter of support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? And again, who's the developer of this building?
The owner is an entity known as GBM Portfolio Owner, but the developer is Helge, H-E-L-G-E Capital.
And what else have they done in the city?
As I understand it, they own over 500 units of rental housing in the city.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval with BPDA design review.
Second that.
Do you need them to focus on anything, Mr. Bazzani?
The penthouse.
Okay, next case, and then we're done. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Calling the last case for 9:30, calling BOA 864-815, 2-14 Tabor Street. This is to erect a new 6-story mixed-use building with retail and parking on the first, and 10 two-bedroom apartments and 35 one-bedroom apartments in the upper stories. Violation Article 50, Section 11, the FAR is excessive. Article 50, Section 11, the building height is excessive. Article 50, Section 11, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 50, Section 43, proposed off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 43, proposed off-street parking has insufficient maneuverability. Name and address for the record, please.
Patrick Mahoney with a business address of 160 Federal Street. Again, my client, Klaus Kimmel, is in the audience. To my right is the architect, Phil Horesco, with an address of 36 Bromfield Street. And to my left is Andre Porter with a business address of 4 Atherton Street in Dorchester, Mass. The proposal today is 45 residential units, over 10 parking spaces, as well as approximately 1,800 square feet of retail on the first floor on Tabor Street in Dudley Square, which is sitting along the corner of Warren Street and Tabor Street. This was part of an Article 80 process because it's over 20,000 square feet, over 14 units. The zoning relief being sought today as it relates to height, the allowed height in the area, and many of the dimensions are on the second page of the handout. The height allowed in this area is 55 feet, and the proposed building has a height of 69 feet. Through the Article 80 process, and because of the zoning relief being sought, it does trigger an IDP requirement of 6 units. Part of the mitigation associated with the BPDA recommendation for support was a reduction in AMI. Instead of the traditional 3 units being 80% area median index and 100% 3 units, 100% area median index, the developer opted to do a lower AMI for 2 of the units at 60%, 2 at 80%, and 2 at 100%. The additional zoning relief is the floor area ratio. The allowable floor area ratio in this area is 2, and we are just around an FAR of 5. Similarly, the building, as you can see on drawing L101, it's a unique lot that does start at Warren Street and traverse down Tabor Street with a further projection after about 60 feet coming in from Warren. The rear yard requirement in this area would be 15 feet with a shallow lot exception, and we have in some cases, no rear lot to a 5-foot rear setback. The building program above the first level with the 10 parking spaces, also something we're seeking relief for, insufficient parking, is essentially the same program throughout the second floor to the top floor, which would be 2 two-bedroom units and 5 one-bedroom units. The one-bedroom units range approximately from 650 square feet to 680 square feet with 1 bedroom, and both the 2 two-bedrooms have 2 bathrooms, and they're one set, it's the same design all the way up, is 988 square feet, and the other on the other end of the building is 945 square feet. Consistent with or above the minimum requirements suggested for BPDA unit sizes. This is a condo project, so the units, the affordable units as well as the units within them will be sold for home ownership as memorialized in the Affordable Housing Agreement. There are also some minor projections in a recent change to the building. There were further projections on Tabor Street. They've been tapered back through the Article 80 BPDA design review process.
Okay, tell us about the view on Tabor Street, and tell us how that will there be enough maneuverability, because that's a very narrow street, and there's parking on the other side of the street from your entranceway. Will there be enough room to get into that garage, and what does that garage end up looking like?
Certainly. Just find the best drawing.
So I'm looking at A2.02 is what I'm looking at.
So the Tabor Street, the street part of Tabor Street is approximately 30 feet wide, according to this drawing, with a sidewalk on either side. Right now, there is not a sidewalk. Part of the other portion of mitigation is in the board memo for the BPDA, is that Klaus will pave Tabor Street, the street part of Tabor Street, as well as improve the sidewalk from Warren all the way to Harrison Ave on the left side of Tabor Street. The minimum requirement for a public way is 20 feet, including sidewalks, so that we have 30, so we're 50% larger than that. Although it is admittedly a narrow street, it is a one-way street.
Right.
And with the parking being dedicated to the residential use, although it is tighter, the curb cut is designed to comply with the newer BPDA requirements, minimizing curb cuts at 12 feet.
And is there a roof deck proposed on this?
There is not.
No roof deck?
No.
Okay. And Phil, if there's a way to make this, I know that's a parking garage, but if there's a way to make it more open or, rather than looking barricaded, that would be a great look, because there are other parcels possibly for development on that street. How are the plans, Mr. Designer?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jessica Thomas with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we'd like to go on record to support. There was a robust community process, and the community seems to be excited about the idea of home ownership opportunities in the building.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. On behalf of hundreds of members that live and work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go in support of this project.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, BPDA design review.
Second. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The board will take a break and reconvene at 11:30.
Thank you.
The Board of Appeal is back in session. Just a reminder, please make sure your cell phones are off and any conversations you need to have occur outside the room. In conformance with the open meeting law, this meeting is being live streamed. Please give us new information when you're here speaking either in support or in opposition to a project. We're here to listen and understand what the community and abutters' thoughts are, so please try not to repeat what somebody else has already mentioned. If in fact somebody has already stated your concern, just put your name and address on the record. Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the rediscussions for 11:30. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals? Councilor, address?
3-5 South Whitney in Mission Hill.
The only one? That's it? That's it. Okay. For the record, calling BOA 835-792, 3-5 South Whitney Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street. Today we're seeking a deferral. We've been working with the community as well as on advice from the mayor's office. We're very close to resolving this matter. I believe the mayor's office wanted to speak on the deferral if possible. So.
How many deferrals have you had so far? One. And what's the need for the deferral?
We are very close to reaching an agreement as it stands. I had asked them to visit the Community Alliance of Mission Hill tomorrow. Well, to visit the Community Alliance of Mission Hill, but they've rescheduled their meeting. They're not meeting until tomorrow. So I do believe that there is grounds. They've made significant changes to the project. We just want to make sure that the residents are either on board or not.
Just so the council is aware, we're into June.
Is it all possible?
Yep, so that's the reason why sometimes when the stars are not aligned, we might need to just go ahead if it's 99.9% there or 90% there or 80% there. So may I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
June 25th.
Thank you.
Are there any other councilor address, please?
Morning. One for 10:30, 343, 345 Chelsea Street.
Pulling a wrinkle on us.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, which was the address again?
343 to 345 Chelsea Street.
For the record, calling BOA 889-514, 343 to 345 Chelsea Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. This is a request for deferral based upon I believe, the board's policy to require stamped plans by the inspectional services, the plans examiner for any updates to the plans. This will result in updated plans. We just cannot get them in time for this meeting, so we request a deferral.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
June 25th.
25th, okay.
June 25th.
Okay. June 25th at 11:30, the motion carries. You have another case?
We do, 11:30.
Okay. Address?
25 Everett Street.
For the record, calling BOA 810-158, 25 Everett Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Same issue, Madam Chair. This was deferred once previously. We are requesting a further deferral. We actually have made very good progress with the direct abutter who was opposed to this project. We've made modifications that has satisfied that direct abutter. We just need to update the plan again and have the plans examiner certify the.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
Yeah, the date of June 25th at 11:30.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Address, sir?
200-202 Ipswich Street.
For the record, calling BOA 854-658, 200 to 202 Ipswich Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Patrick Gallagher, of Dane Torpy, address at 745 Atlantic Ave, on behalf of the petitioner. Here seeking the withdrawal for the time being without prejudice to refile at a later date after we've had an opportunity to sit down with the BPDA. That had been scheduled to take place this past month, but was postponed.
May I have a motion for denial without prejudice?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Counselor, address?
141 West 2nd Street.
You got two cases?
Yes, zoning and building.
Okay. For the record, calling BOA 863-411, 141 West 2nd Street, BOA, the companion case BOA 863-415, 141 West 2nd Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. This is the second deferral request. As the board may recall, this matter was originally deferred because there is a parallel building code process that is proceeding with the Architectural Access Board. I'm advised that my clients now anticipate an adjudicatory hearing with the AAB sometime in April. Therefore, I believe that one final deferral will allow us to have a decision from the AAB and be able to proceed here with the zoning.
Okay.
Motion for deferral.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
Also have a date of June 25th.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Hearing none, we'll go back to the 1030s. Calling BOA 904-721, 21 to 35 West 2nd Street. This is to erect a 6-story building with 55 residential units, 1 commercial core and shell space, and 2 parking spaces on the ground level. The violation is Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the height requirement is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the required side yard setback is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard setback requirement is insufficient. And Article 27S, Section 5, this is in the South Boston iPod. Name and address for the record, please.
Regarding the Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Joe Hanley, McDermott, Colton Miller, 28 State Street in Boston. With me to my left is the developer's principal, Peter Spelios from Transom Real Estate. To my right is Cal Colburn from Howler & Ute Architects.
So tell us what's being proposed.
Yes, Madam Chair, I passed out for the board presentation materials with an overview of the unique aspects of the property site as well as zoning compliance for the variance findings. This is a Article 80 small project review, and so I've also enclosed the Boston Planning and Development Agency's Article 80 board memorandum vote of support and recommendation for the zoning that we're seeking, as well as the record of public support and some of the transit-oriented measures which were a result of the community outreach and the BPDA process. This site, as you'll see, is a unique and appropriate site for the introduction of residential housing at the step of rapid transit. It is about 10,183 square feet. It's now a commercial parking lot. It's owned by P&G, by the Gillette Company. It is located at the base of West 2nd and Athens Street towards Dorchester Ave in South Boston's lower end. Again, just steps away from the MBTA's Broadway train station.
You did the projects, you were attorney for a couple of those projects across the street, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yep. And so what we've done here is the zone is an MFR LS zone, which obviously allows the residential. And in looking at the need for not just housing, but the type of housing to support a workforce and a different variety, we have developed what is a relatively efficient-sized rental housing program that has real transit measures and teeth in it that are similar to what...
Very worried about this.
Similar to what we've seen with the mayor's new pilot program for compact housing. And so we started this process back in June with a much larger building. The site is a flat iron asymmetrical site, so you're really limited as to what you could park on it by virtue of the dimensions. We started with a high-rise program that was about 13 stories and 115 units. As you noted on the other projects I worked on in this immediate vicinity, you have a 14-story hotel, a 12-story residential building, of course the Gillette building, which is above 140 feet. With the lack of parking, that was a lot of units, and so the developer agreed to lower it to what is now a 6-story, 55-unit building. We also came up with first of its kind in South Boston, a on-site vehicle share program, not available only to residents of the building as an amenity. You'll see by virtue of the site, there's really limited area that we could do a whole lot of parking, and we work very closely with the West Broadway Neighborhood Association, who's here to speak in support, and area neighbors as to how we can provide public open space at the point of the triangular site, and also have a small retail ground use that was preferred over a small amount of parking. That, combined with the fact that these are rental units, which we know generate less vehicle usage than home ownership, of a efficient size within steps to the train. The other piece...
So these are studios and 1-bedrooms?
They are 30 studios, 21 bedrooms, and 5 3-bedrooms.
So there's no 2-bedrooms? That's
Right.
interesting, okay.
So, the studios and the 1-bedrooms are about 450 square feet to 720, so they're a little bigger than the compact pilot that the Mayor's Innovation Lab has recently launched. One thing that is similar with that, and that has come out of the outreach process and supports the request for the parking variance, is we are prohibiting all of our tenants and residents from obtaining neighborhood parking stickers, and that's included in the regulatory documents and will be part of the program with BTD. But in addition to that, the developer is also agreed to put that in all of its leases with all of the tenants as a way to assure that it's actually enforced. And we think by virtue of a self-managed apartment facility, it's a really good opportunity to try out that new pilot program component. The other thing that we've done, and you'll see in the plans, is we responded to input from the elected officials. Not surprising, there's a lot of concern about a non-park development in South Boston. And so we were able to work with Howard Stein Hudson and identify 12 additional on-street parking spaces that can be added for neighborhood parking, not our residents, because of course they won't have stickers, but for visitor or neighborhood parking.
Basically, I have a philosophical question with that. If you're a taxpayer, you should have access to a parking sticker, but regardless, can
Listen,
you...
and I've heard that. It's interesting that the city, of which this board is representative of, actually has a program in place and regulation for this. So we're following that, but what private developers can do, you can restrict in a lease that you can't have pets, right? You can restrict in a lease. So listen, if you want to live somewhere else and have a car, have at it. But we also think that, when you have 450 square foot units that are in a building like this, so close to the T, and that have the first of its kind vehicle share program, right, that is an amenity to your rent. In other words, it's similar to if you had a swimming pool on site, you have access to an electric vehicle that you can then use to go to the grocery store.
I suppose the demand will really be with those 3 families, if there are families in there. So tell us about the zoning. Besides the parking, you have a number of other violations. Can you speak to them, please?
So a lot of this is due to the constraints of this so-called flat iron. As you note at the beginning, there isn't precedent. This is really something that is unique. And so the zoning requirements that we need are the floor area ratio. The MFR allows 1.5, and we're at 4.8. The height is 35, and we're at 70. And if you look at the context around the area, of course, you have much higher height in FAR, in the area, but also you have sites that don't have the constraints that we have. The open space, we're pretty proud about this, even though we need a variance. Almost half of the site is delivered back as open space. We have 4,938 square feet with that public park in the front, as well as with decks and terraces. The code would require 10,800, which is actually bigger than what the site is. Finally, we addressed the side yard, which is a 3-foot setback, by complying by moving the building to that 3-foot setback. And we need a rear yard variance, which interestingly is through the middle of our site. The way the code works on a triangular site, the rear yard is 100 feet back.
Do you have any proposed roof decks?
I'm sorry?
Any proposed roof decks?
Yes. Yep.
Yes, we have one proposed roof deck, yes.
And access to all, the building or to certain units?
To the whole building via an elevator, correct.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Drawings are adequate.
And I have to compliment you, this is a stronger parking plan than we've seen from years ago.
We've had
with those T-passes.
We've had a lot of back and forth over the years, and I appreciate all your input.
Yeah, because I've been curious to know how those have actually worked.
Yeah.
Any questions?
What's the affordable component?
So we have 7 affordable units, 4 one-bedrooms, and 3 studios.
7 out of a total of?
55.
13%.
Yep. So on-site, we're meeting our on-site at 70% AMI.
And how is that divided up between the different style units?
4 one-bedrooms and 3 studios, and then they're throughout the building as well. So you'll see in the board memo the graph of what they are, but a variety of the sizes, and obviously not stacked in compliance.
And how does this shared car program work? Is there a vendor who's?
So the developer will essentially fund, own, and manage the vehicles. This has been done in other developments. One of the challenges with Zipcar, for example, is you know, they typically want to be in an open air lot where the public can get access, right? And for this, we wanted to have it as strictly as an amenity, and also a lure to renting in this building, right? The proximity to the train, the amenity spaces, but also to have access to.
And how does it work? People sign up for a certain time slot, or?
It'll be a software platform. So there are 2 electric vehicles, a software platform where online they can reserve for periods of time, just very similar to a Zipcar type thing, but restricted solely to tenants of the building.
So the maximum number of cars available to 55 units are 2?
The car share is 2. I should also say that we've also agreed that we will report back to BTD and to the city on usage, so that they can track it going forward in terms of its usability and tweaks that can be made to this program going forward.
Based on your knowledge of similar thing, I mean, that seems like it'd probably be in high demand.
I think it's going to be a very attractive amenity, but the lack of parking isn't, no disrespect intended to the community process, from pure marketing standpoint. Given the location and the size of the units, we're not concerned at all about marketing, but we do think that's going to be a unique amenity for someone to have a all-electric vehicle readily available to them to be able to use.
I mean, I understand the problems and limitations. I'm just thinking that this will be like tougher than getting a table at a fancy restaurant.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that would be a great, I guess, a great.
So we worked
great
with
feedback to know that, to understand it would be.
As to, you know, whether you need more shared vehicles.
Yeah.
So we know that it's interesting. We went through kind of a pretty deep analysis, deep dive with the elected officials and the community to try to get a hold of this. And the vehicle share kind of usage is a little bit down due to ride share and other things like that. But in working with our traffic consultants, it sounds like, well, you only have 2 vehicles, right? But for 55 efficient-sized units in that location, they thought they see that as an appropriate number also for future-proofing. It's interesting, when we permitted the hotel there and the other stuff, Uber didn't even exist at that point. So things change quickly, but
I'm very curious as to how this works out.
Us too.
And you're providing 62 bike storage spots?
Yep.
And the commercial space, have you thought about what that is?
The neighborhood has asked us to look at, obviously, neighborhood-appropriate spaces. They're interested in the connectivity that this block presents between A Street and West Broadway. They've asked us also to look at potential work share and other opportunities just to make it be a true neighborhood amenity. We have not marketed nor solicited any proposal at this time.
And just to confirm, the plans that Mr. Bazzani has are the plans that reflect any amendments made through the Article 80 process? We just want to make sure we have the last and final plans?
Yes.
Yep, okay. And how are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Terrific.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. This has been through the BPDA process, and as part of that, the applicant has agreed, as they've mentioned, to restrict tenants from getting resident stickers, as well as providing 2 car share spaces internal to the building. We feel that this does address the parking situation, and I think another aspect that makes this sort of parking arrangement necessary is it is sort of an unusual shaped lot, so it would be difficult to accommodate much parking on site. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office. We support this project due to the support from the West Broadway Neighborhood Association and St. Vincent's Neighborhood Association. We and many residents had concerns that they look to address by cutting the units in half, down to 55 units. Moreover, our biggest concern is that despite being close to Broadway station, occupants will still bring their vehicles, but they have worked in good faith with the neighborhood and civic groups and indicated that this project will coordinate with BTD and contain a restriction in the lease agreement preventing parking stickers for renters. We believe that this restriction is the key for transit-oriented development like this in close proximity to MBTA station to work as is intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Hi.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. We go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Deborah Wrighton-Wex from the West Broadway Neighborhood Association. We are in support of this project. We do have some contingencies, but I believe those have been addressed in Mr. Hanley's presentation.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ashling Kerr, Project Manager of the Boston Planning and Development Agency. I shepherded this one through the Article 80 review process following a small project review application which our agency received on October 26, 2018. Our board voted to approve the project on January 17, 2019. We're pleased to support this transit-oriented development before you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez, representing the Carpet Presidium. On behalf of Congress, we give you Carpet Perez, the legal work for the City of Boston.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council at-large Michael Flaherty. Council would like to go on record in opposition. Due to the work that went into the drafting of Article 68, the Council is unable to support the project. He's also in opposition just based upon the lack of traditional parking that would go along with this project and setting a precedent in approving a project that would have little to no traditional parking. That being said, the Council would like to commend the proponent for working with the community as well as elected officials, but we have to go on record in opposition.
Given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval with continued BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 906-535, 261 Bolton Street. There's also a companion case, BOA 906-536, 261 Bolton Street. This is to erect a new 4-story, 2-family dwelling with 2-car garage, rear deck, and roof deck. The violation, Article 27S, Section 5. It's in the South Boston iPod. Article 68, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the front yard is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking loading requirement is insufficient. And for building code, Section the 9th, 780 CMR, number of exits and access doorway. 1006.2.1, egress based on an occupant load and common path of egress travel distance. 2 exits or exit access doorways required within the means of an egress system shall comply with the provisions of Section 1006.2 for spaces, including mezzanines, and Sections 1006.3 for stories. Spiral stairways is not a permitted means of egress. Also, the Section 780, 1028, exit discharge. 1028.5, the access to a public way, the exit. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with business address at 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined by my client and the property owner, Kelly Mahoney. Madam Chair, members, I'd like to begin with the building code. At this time, I'd like to withdraw the application for building code relief.
Can I have a motion, please?
Motion for building code denial.
With denial without denial. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. To the merits.
Yes, and with respect to that building code relief, obviously I've been in contact with the architect, and the building will be made building code compliant with respect to the 2 cited violations.
So is that reflected on the plans?
Well, it's simply, yes, because the building will still have a spiral stair as a secondary means of egress, which is permissible so long as the building is sprinklered. It was initially not proposed as a sprinklered building, hence the violation for the secondary means of egress. So the building with the sprinkler system, that rear spiral staircase will be compliant.
Okay.
This is an application to erect a 4-story, 2-family dwelling at 261 Bolton Street in South Boston. This is a fairly small lot. It's an 838 square foot lot, but it is a fairly typical sized lot for Bolton Street. The building would contain 2 bi-level units. Unit 1 would be a 1+ bedroom of approximately 843 square feet. Unit 2 would be a 2-bedroom unit of 1,250 square feet. There would be a 2-car parking garage at grade, and there would be a roof deck as well. The dimensions of the roof deck are 12 by 12. That would be for the exclusive use of Unit 2. The roof deck would be accessed from the rear porches. The violations are for excessive floor area ratio. This is an MFR, multifamily residential zone. The maximum FAR under zoning is 2.0. This would come in at 3.0. There is a violation attributable to insufficient usable open space. Even with the roof deck, there would still be a deficiency in terms of the 200 square feet per unit, which is required by code. The front yard setback is essentially a modal. 3-foot side yard setbacks are required. This is nearly a 0 lot line building. It's 0 on one side. It will be brought in on the left side to provide access to the public way from the secondary egress to discharge in the rear, but as I said, this will also now become a fully sprinkled building. There's a minimum rear yard setback requirement in the district of 20 feet, which becomes 15 feet with the shallow lot exception. What is being proposed is a 4-foot rear setback. And finally, for 2 units, if these were, the off-street parking requirement would be 3 spaces under Article 68. What's being proposed is a 2-car garage.
So, and it looks like your abutters have side windows. So there's enough. What is your side yard setback?
Side yard is 0 and 1.25 on the left side. There is, on the left side of the building, as one is facing it, there is an easement of record between, or shared by this property and the property to the left.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. We did hold an on-site abutters meeting at which there were no objections raised. This building is consistent both with some of the other buildings that have gone on Bolton Street and with, of course, the buildings on 2nd Street behind it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. As John mentioned, the no opposition at the abutters meeting, and the St. Vincent's Neighborhood Association has not opposition either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, and would like to go in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, and we have City Council Ash Michael Flaherty. Just due to the effort that went into drafting Article 68, the council is unable to support this project this particular time, but does recognize that there are projects that do have merit. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval with BPDA design review. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 915-220, 140 Clarendon Street. This is a change of occupancy, include a restaurant with takeout, interior fit out for Dunkin' Donuts. The violation is Article 48, Section 7. Takeout, restaurant is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Tom Miller. I'm an attorney with Dermot Cloutier Miller, 28 State Street, Boston. With me are Sean Sullivan and Eric Lena of Watermark Donut Company, the proponents of this deal.
So, this is a Dunkin' Donuts. Does the operator have experience with with takeout requirements in the city?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's...
They have 32 Dunkin' Donuts already currently operating in and around the city of Boston. They've been doing it since 1991. Plenty of years of experience and have...
Just to confirm that. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
What's there now? Currently, there is a test prep service in the exact location where this is going.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Giselle Guerrero with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. There have been no questions or concerns surrounding this project. Actually, the one concern that came up was already resolved with the gentleman here, and it had to do with the theater production or the theater company that is upstairs. But at this moment, we have no questions or concerns. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. There were no opposition to this proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Elliot Laffer from Neighborhood Association Back Bay. This is a replacement for the Dunkin' Donuts that's around the corner that is going out when the 40 Trinity Tower gets built. Same operator, and they were very cooperative in any of the questions that we had, and so we are not in opposition.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Mr. Miller back there, are you going to speak in support too? Absolutely. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with usual takeout language.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 894-695, 158 West Canton Street. This is a full gut interior remodel of a single-family residence, including select structural reframing, includes missing alterations at the rear of the building for an oriel window bay at the parlor floor level, and includes an exterior deck off the rear, includes replacement window on the front of the building, including installation of new windows and doors on the rear of the building, include excavation of the basement level to a lower elevation and installation of a new groundwater recharge system and a new fire sprinkler system. Violations Article 32, Section 4. This is in the G-code applicability, and Article 64, Section 9, townhouse, row house, extensions into the rear yard. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Carlin. I'm with Holland Construction, 519 Albany Street. And I'd like to start by saying that we have removed the new oriel bay window from the scope of our project. And additionally, we've removed the replacement window at the front. and I'm here today seeking relief for GCOT. We have plans that have been submitted to Boston Water and Sewer.
So hold on, so you're not requesting the extension, the townhouse row house extension?
So we are requesting that extension. Rather than putting in that oriel window, we're looking to do a balcony at the rear of the building. We had a butters meeting, and there was no issues with the neighborhood association.
Do you have a drawing that shows that?
Sorry?
Do you have a drawing that shows that change?
Yes, I believe that that's in the...
Why don't you give it to him while we hear from Christian?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust. And for this one, we'd also request a hold for signature. Again, the plans are before Water and Sewer and currently under review.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, while Mr. Pisani is looking at the plans, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Faisal Sharif with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I did hold an abutters meeting for this, and most people on the street have no issues. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The council would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Member Jordan Paul Sullivan. We have Councilor Michael Flaherty. Council to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Mr. Pisani, have the plans.
Drawings are adequate.
May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
And we're going to hold signature until we get the letter. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 906-007, 89 to 119 Canal Street. This is a build-out of a new space for Skin Spa New York. On the first floor, work to include minor demo, treatment for massages, ADA compliant restrooms, hard ceiling, open ceiling, new finishes, MEP upgrades, and install a new handicap ramp at the reception. The violation is Article 46, Section 9, massage parlor is conditional use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Ariadna Caulfield, 2 Seaport Lane, Cetrulo LLP, Boston, Massachusetts. With me today is Nicole Mara, manager of Skin Spa in our Newberry location in Boston. And to my left is Chris Monroe, representative of our architectural firm.
So tell us what's being proposed.
We are seeking today relief from Zoning Code Article 46.9. It's a conditional use. The proposed project is to build a build-out in the building in the first floor, located in this mixed-use residential building in the first floor, to include a minor demo, treatment for massages and chicken area, 2 new ADA-compliant restrooms, electrical room, and a storage room.
So this is going to have 9 treatment rooms?
Yes.
And this is has a location on Newbury Street, so this is not your first location in the city?
No. That's correct. Actually, Skin Spa already operates 9 skin salons in the United States. 7 of them are in New York. This would be our second in Boston.
Okay, excellent. How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Plans are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Maria Lanza, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. We held an abutters meeting for this project on January 16th, and they also have the support of the Downtown North Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition on this project? May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling BOA 909-608, 1 to 13 Union Street. This is a change of occupancy of a restaurant to a restaurant with live entertainment and increase the capacity from 311 persons to 325 persons. Violation Article 45, Section 14. The use is forbidden entertainment, use 38. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Steve Dennis, attorney McDermott, Courtney and Miller, representing the applicant for the entertainment license, Jeff Baer, to my right, the owner-operator of the establishment, the White Bull, which was just behind our City Hall building here on Union Street. Morning.
So tell us what's being proposed.
This is a change of use, basically, to allow him to provide live entertainment. He has been open for approximately a year or so, and was did not have the appropriate use item 38 application at the time he opened. He opened without it. We began to go through the process to get him in front of the board to seek the approval of this use at the site. What this would do.
What does live entertainment in this case mean?
Without this application, the only thing he would be able to have would be recorded background music and televisions. In order to have any kind of musical performance, dancing, DJ, or any of that such, one must first get the zoning for use item 38 and then go to the entertainment division and ask for a license. So of course your vote is a
This would be for the
prerequisite.
entire building, the downstairs and upstairs?
Yes, he has two levels, and the upstairs is basically used as a function facility today. It is primarily up there where this use would take place, but it could be for a function. For example, downstairs you might have a person playing a guitar or a DJ or some such thing occasionally. And what this really does is gives him an even playing field with the other establishments. I believe every establishment on Union Street has a live entertainment license today, and certainly nearby Quincy Market and Hard Rock Cafe, et cetera,
Dennis, till what time will this request is for 2 o'clock or?
He has a 2 o'clock license presently. We'd be requesting in front of the entertainment division a 2 o'clock entertainment license as well.
And
He
this
presently has it for the non-live and for
Yep.
the service of food and beverage.
And this is to increase capacity by 13 people?
13 people, yes.
Okay. What are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Maria Lanza, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record and support. The applicant did go through a community process before they opened, and this use is conducive to the area of Union Street and Blackstone Block. So we'd like to go on record and support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would also like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council Elijah Michael Flaherty, Council to go right support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, usual takeout. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
This is entertainment, live
Usual
entertainment.
Taking the music. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with that proviso. Okay, good luck.
Calling BOA 911-449, 85 Cambridge Street. This is to replace 42 feet of chain link fence in front of the house and 24 feet of chain link fence on the left side of the driveway with a 6-foot-high red cedar fence. Replace 3 feet wide chain link gate at the front entrance with 3-foot wide red cedar gate and install 14-foot by 6.5 feet wide sliding gate for the driveway entrance. The violations, Article 2, Section 2-1. Fences required in front yard cannot exceed 4 feet in height. The proposed 6-foot, therefore, is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
85 Cambridge Street. My name is Jersey Glad. I'm the owner of the house.
Tim Sheehan, I'm the architect for Jersey. I'm at 9 Wall Street in Charlestown.
So this violation is triggered because it's a 6-foot-high front yard fence. And what's the reason for that?
He's on a major artery, Cambridge Street, 80-foot wide street, and he's really in a commercial zone. I mean, he has a house on either side, but other than that, he's just looking at traffic all day.
So the thing is, he's going to be surrounded with a 6-foot-high fence on all sides?
That's what we'd like to do. He has to create a small garden with some acoustic privacy. I've put some pictures in, but traffic is right there.
You've checked other options, 4-foot with plantings or something like that?
Well, we've got a chain link fence. I mean, we're here for the height. I mean, the thought was a nice cedar fence, which was solid up to about 5 feet, and then open the last foot, 18 inches. Sort of matching what he's already done on the side of the property.
Yeah, this is, well, hard to see because of that bus in the way, but...
That's what I wanted to
Is this the beige house?
Yeah. It's one in the middle. There's a blue house on the right, and then there's a yellow house, there's a beige house in the center. That's the house.
Yep. Okay.
So that fence is going to be banged smack in front of that enclosed porch then?
No,
No,
there
it's
is a
different,
fence.
He only he doesn't have the porch, you're looking at the house next door, I believe.
Oh, I see, yes, I see that.
So they'll end
Okay.
up with like a 7-foot yard some open space that they could use and have some privacy.
But all the other chain link fences that exist on that street, they're
Wasted.
This is not owner occupied, there's a tenant in the building.
It's a
There is
three-family.
Three-family, and I live in one of the units.
Okay, and what are you doing with the driveway? Is that gonna have a fence too?
Yeah, we'd like to put a cedar fence on a metal frame which slides behind the fence. 6 foot high as well. So there'll be a fence between the parking and the street, beside the fence.
Well, this sounds like, okay, how are the plans, Mr. Fazzari?
The drawings are adequate, given the aggressive nature of that street, I think is not that much out of character to put a fence with a portion that is visible above it, whether it's 4 foot or 5 foot.
Right.
The overall.
But that won't make much difference to the acoustic if it's
Visual privacy.
Aren't you better off with sticking with a 4-foot fence and doing some shrubbery or stuff?
There's not a lot of room. We're dealing with 7 feet.
actually do 5.
Yeah. We're dealing with 7 feet, so, I mean, we'll take what the board gives us.
Can you do 5 as of right?
Yes. Yeah, well, yes.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
I submitted 2 letters.
Hold on.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Quinlan Locke with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support of this project. A butters meeting was held in January. We have no issues at this time, and given the nature of the street that they live on and the amount of foot traffic and density of traffic, we think this is appropriate. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval for a 5-foot fence across the front.
For a 5-foot fence.
So this is a denial for the 6-foot fence.
Down for the 6-foot, approval for a 5.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 900-548, 65 to 67 Border Street. This is to construct a new head house and roof deck, and exclusive to units 5 and 6. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 53, Section 52, the roof structure restrictions. And Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, 245 Summer Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me, Eric Zackerson, project architect, and Fernando D'Alfio, the property owner. Madam Chair, this is a simple, straightforward proposal for simply a head house and a roof deck that's being proposed, despite the violations that have been cited by the Secretary.
Is this a new building, a recently approved building?
Recently rehab building, a pre-existing 6-unit building located in the 3F district, so therefore be non-conforming. One of the violations that were cited were floor-to-area ratio excessive. I would point out to the board that a building permit has issued, I believe, a certificate of occupancy for the building. Renovations have already been issued. The proposal that's before the board is strictly limited to the roof deck that's being proposed for units 5 and 6, and exclusive to those 2 units. We are proposing a head house, and I believe the design of the head house is intended to be as least impactful to the view from the street. I provided the board with a rendering photo showing what the approved projects along that section of Border Street would look like once built. You have Coppersmith Village off in the rear, as well as the proposed 5-story building immediately adjacent to this property here. We did have an opportunity to present this to the Central Square Neighborhood Association, who voted to support this with this one proviso, that the deck itself, not necessarily the head house, be set back obviously at least 7 feet from the edge of the building. So the only relief that actually would be necessary would be the Article 9 for extension of the non-conforming use.
So is this the white building? Which
The
one is this?
The one next to it. To the right of the white.
This one?
Yeah. So there is a further rendering showing the finished product.
Okay.
So with respect to Article 9, extension of a non-conforming use based upon the proposed head house rooftop restrictions, based upon the head house proposal, we would require a conditional use permit for that. And they have cited excessive height. However, I think under the zoning code, especially Article 53, height does not apply to rooftop structures provided they're not used for habitable space. In this case, it's strictly a head house that accesses the roof deck. No habitable space is proposed.
And this is not an elevator building, is it?
It is not pre-existing 6-unit building.
Okay, and what's the size of the decks?
Size, 15 by 15 feet.
15 by 15? Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate with the exception that on the side, it shows a 3'4" deck setback, not the 7-foot that you had articulated.
I think the 7 is in the front, Mr. Bazzani, front of the building.
Just the front?
Just the front, Border Street only. That was the request. I believe that was the request.
Wait a second. Let me get my magnifying glass here. The drawing shows 5'6". Is that
so the
is
requirement would be 7 in design review, I would assume.
Okay, so that'd be pushed back 18 inches.
Yep.
But the issue is, though, that even though the fence for the deck is pushed back 18 inches, the head house is almost in plane with the front elevation.
So
is there anything that can be done to ameliorate that?
The nature of the building is very narrow. We tried a number of scenarios to move the stairs internally within the units or to move them back. But
is it a sloped roof on the head house?
Yes, and we slope away from the street as much as we
So
can.
the back wall that is closest to the roof is how high?
4.5 feet.
Okay. And the height of the deck is deck raised plus 3'6" for the guardrail, so probably pretty close to
4.5 size.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. During the community process, no concerns were expressed about this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to grant the relief requested. I've marked the drawing to show that the edge of the deck is 7 foot back. But the size of the roof deck then becomes 25 feet less 18 inches, call it 23.6, plus its width, and its width is 15. So it's really 15 by 26, 23, rather than 15 by 15. Was the agreement to do 15 by 15 or simply only to push back?
Push back and to limit it to 15.
So does it need design review or?
Wait. You just said and to limit it to 15-foot width?
Width, yes. Not measured along Border Street.
Right. The width is along Border Street, center line of the stair. The right deck is 15 feet wide. Left deck is 15 feet wide. The question that comes about is what is the actual depth? My understanding, your testimony was that the depths were 15 by 15.
15 square, yes.
Was that?
I apologize. What I meant was that we had agreed that it would be 15 feet wide.
But that's what it already is, so it's not really.
So it's 15 by 23.6.
Yes, 15 by 23'6" long.
Okay.
Reduced by the 18 inches.
No, that's
So it's, I'm sorry, so what's the motion? Approval for?
Approval for the deck is set back 7'6", a head house that is de minimis, has to be reduced in terms of visual height. And if the wall closest to Border Street is the absolute minimum that has to be for headroom clearance, then
Does that design review or not? Will your markup speak for itself?
the architect knows what it is.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with those provisos.
Calling BOA 889-512, 25 Porter Street. This is the proposed to combine parcels, erect a new 5-story, 8-unit residential building with 6 parking spaces for compact vehicles located under the building. Violations, Article 53, Section 12, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 12, the building height is excessive. Article 53, Section 12, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 57, the traffic visibility across the corner lot. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me is Bill Shelifan from the architectural team for this project. I would point out to the board that the project has been reduced through community process. We have provided updated plans to the board, which have been vetted at inspectional services and stamped by the plans examiner. So the most up-to-date plans are before the board for the project for which we're seeking approval. The proposal originally called for 8 units. We are proposing now 6 units total.
So how does that change any of it? Does it change your violations in any way?
I think it reduces the intensity of the violations. The height is still excessive, and the FAR is still excessive, but the number of parking spaces would still be insufficient.
Councilor, just for clarification, the architect is not from the architectural team.
Sorry.
Yeah,
the architect.
Right. I got it, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I had a note down as the architectural team too.
The architect.
Yep.
So this proposal seeks to combine two lots of land located just on the edge of Central Square in East Boston, adjacent to the mouth of the Sumner Tunnel. By way of very brief history, this site back in the 1980s housed a multi-story restaurant that unfortunately was destroyed in the great gas leak of the 80s that occurred in East Boston. Many may not remember that, but certainly I do. No, it was Lombardo's owned the site, but it was actually Mama Catina's, it was called. And there was a terrible gas leak out in the 80s that a lot of buildings burned and caught on fire. So that was there previously. This site has remained vacant ever since. There's been numerous proposals for various items, including off-premise sign, billboard to be located on the site that this board had not supported. The current proposal would utilize the site strictly for residential use. It is located within the flood zone, and our proposal would add 6 residential units with 6 parking spaces located at grade. As I mentioned, the original proposal contemplated a 5-story building at 8 units. We did have a very robust community process with respect to this proposal, and through that process have agreed to reduce it to a 4-story building with the 6 units. The units are all 2 bedrooms, 2 bath, and they range in size from about 1,230 square feet up to about 1,290 square feet, so they're very generous sized 2-bedroom units. There are 2 roof decks proposed. They are accessed from a head house as well based upon the height of the building. They're intended to be exclusive to the upper levels only. There is not an elevator in this building. However, there is sufficient access for a lift to get up to the first level from the garage space. So access from the garage would be available up to the first living level on the 2nd floor.
Now, the decks, are they for the building or exclusive use of the
upper units only, so only limited to the upper units. So elevator not. By way of relief, this is located in the community commercial district, so it is not located in any of the residential sub-districts. Multifamily use is allowed, so that no variance would be necessary for that. With respect to rear yard, because this is a shallow lot, 10 foot would be the required setback. Because this is a corner, the condition is being treated as a side yard, so there is a 5-foot setback on both sides, both on the London Street and Porter Street side. Our proposed floor area ratio is 2.6. The allowable is 1.0 in the community commercial district, but I would submit this is quite consistent with the density of the surrounding buildings in the commercial square of the commercial district. The proposed height is 4 stories, 42 feet. Zoning-wise, about 45 feet architecturally. There is a parapet that's included. The maximum height limit in the community commercial district would be 35 feet, so a variance would be necessary. Open space would be limited only to the decks and terraces that are on the building, and therefore we believe we can comply. The community commercial district requires 50 square feet per unit, so not a very strict requirement in the open space. And ultimately, parking requires 8 spaces under the Article 53. We're proposing 6 and 1 space per unit. This is intended to be for home ownership, and therefore each unit would be assigned 1 parking space with the unit sale. Happy to answer any questions.
And the access to the parking would be from
London Street,
London, okay.
which is, relatively speaking, the less congested side of the street, an existing curb cut.
Okay. And these are just for compact cars, okay.
We actually I think we adjusted it so that when reduced down to 6 units in the number of parking spaces, we're able to increase 3 of the spaces to full size and 3 are compact.
How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Actually, this applicant complied with the direct abutters concerns about the height. They reduced the 5th floor and also reduced the initial proposal, and they received strong support also from the Civic Association, Maverick Central Square, and the direct abutters after the changes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
Motion for approval, BPDA design.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set with that proviso.
Calling BOA 879-022, 247 Saratoga Street. This is to raise the existing building and erect a 4-unit residential dwelling with roof deck. The violation is Article 53, Section 56. Off-street parking, loading parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 22. 4 units is forbidden. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area. This is a new one. Skip that. So this is raise the violations have changed, so I'm just going to do the violations over. Article 53, Section 8, 4 units is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking, loading parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. And Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman of the Board. Richard Lintz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, with me is Eric Zackerson, the architect for the project, along with Ricky Bellevue, who's the proposed developer for this site. Madam Chair, by way of context, this property is located at the foot of the Eagle Hill neighborhood on Saratoga Street between Putnam and Brook Street. This district is a 3F 2000 district, predominantly triple-decker, 3-story style buildings on both sides of the block. Our proposal is to demolish the existing 2-family structure and to propose a 4-unit building on the site.
And is this the building?
That would be the building, correct.
Okay.
The project would contain all 2-bedroom units. This is intended for home ownership. The unit sizes range from about 830 square feet at the smallest to about 1,160 square feet at the largest. The idea here is to create something that would blend with the architectural standards for the Eagle Hill neighborhood. And one of the letters of support that we've had provided to the board actually says that this project has worked very closely with representatives of the Eagle Hill Civic Association to come up with a design that's very consistent with those standards. I would point out that the project started out as a larger project. This was originally a 4-story building with a head house and a roof deck. Based upon the comments that we heard not only at the Eagle Hill Civic Association meeting when we originally presented this, the building was too high, but also comments that we heard from direct abutters that the height of this building, as well as the original setback, was of concern. We went back to the drawing board and revised this proposal to reduce it down to a 3-story building and to pull the back of the building back to make it compliant with the rear yard setback of 30 feet.
Is basement use in this district forbidden?
It is not.
It is not.
This would be a full walkout to the rear, so there is sufficient height. The clear ceiling height is 8 feet for the basement, so sufficient room to create livable space at the lower level.
And this would be your handicapped unit?
It could be, or it could be first floor.
First floor, okay.
So again, just by way of context, in looking at the surrounding neighborhood and trying to keep with some of the architecture, it's very consistent. This is very consistent with what you typically would see in Eagle Hill, and some of the details that we've added to this building certainly have captured a lot of what the Eagle Hill neighborhood supports. By way of relief, again, being in the 3F 2000 district, multifamily use would be forbidden, so we are proposing a 4-unit building which would require a variance. The additional lot space per dwelling unit would be insufficient as well, as 1,000 square feet is required. I would submit that there are a number of multifamilies within this block and certainly within this district on similar lot sizes. With respect to the floor area ratio, we are proposing a 2.15 FAR. The allowable maximum is 1.0, but again, very consistent with the size of buildings in that particular neighborhood. And our height is now at 3 stories, 34 feet, 8 inches, which is below the 35-foot height limit and consistent with the height requirements of the 3F 2000 district. While we are cited for open space, we're pretty close to the 1,200 square foot requirement, which is 300 square feet per unit. I believe with a little tweaking, we can probably get to the 1,200 square feet for compliance. By way of parking, and again, this is an issue that we did present to both the Eagle Hill Civic Association and the abutters. When we were at the original proposal at 4 stories with the head house and the roof deck, we asked the neighborhoods what specifically were the concerns. It was the height of the building as well as the depth of the building, 2 items that we feel that we've adequately addressed by reducing it and pulling the building back. We did specifically ask about the number of units and the lack of parking. The indication was those were not the chief concerns of the neighborhood. The fact that it's an existing 2-family presently with no parking, Article 53 does provide for the exception that only the additional units technically you're proposing would require parking. So we are requesting a variance for those, as creating a curb cut on this site would probably do a disservice to the on-street parking conditions that presently exist, and essentially requiring parking for private ownership as opposed to the public having access to the street would probably make no sense to try to create 2 parking spaces.
Hold on 1 minute.
Sure.
How are the plans, Mr. Pizzani?
The plans are adequate. Just for clarification, you're providing accessibility by an internal ramp within the front door. Front door is on grade. You have an internal ramp that goes up to the first floor. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
We've also eliminated the roof deck, and we've agreed with the community that no roof deck will be proposed on the building as well.
And the plans don't show a roof deck? Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support after the applicant made changes based on the concerns from the direct abutters, reducing it from the 4th floor to the only 3-story, and also the setback, and with the condition of no roof deck. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Attorney Jesse Schomer of the Zoning and Permitting Law Office of Rignante Stereo, 401 Edgewater Place in Wakefield. I represent Alberto Anaya, Loic Minghetti, the owners and residents of 249 Saratoga Street, as well as Rebecca Shansky and myself, the owners and residents of 245 Saratoga Street. We represent the direct abutters to this property. I'm speaking to you in opposition with a caveat that we commend the applicant for working with the direct abutters. However, while the changes that the developer has proposed are appreciated, they're only part of the way to what we would need to support this project. And our concerns are based primarily on excessive density, height, and massing, as well as the lack of open space, rear yard, invasion of privacy, and cutting off of light and air. And I have a letter to file with the board for the record that goes through the specific legal reasons why this project does not satisfy any of the legal requirements for a zoning variance for any of the variances they have requested, because they have not proved a unique condition, a hardship, or a showing that the requested relief is the minimum required. So what we would request at this time for the board is that the board either deny the application with prejudice to allow the applicant to go back to the drawing board and propose a design of the project and a development that's more in keeping with the scale of the neighborhood, which, while the applicant did note that there are 3 family houses in the neighborhood, I urge the board to take a look at the photographs that they submitted, which clearly shows that the property in question is a single-family home. It may be currently being used as an illegal 2-family, but it was built as a single family. It was built approximately 150 years ago, as was my house. It was one of 4 single-family houses, and that's one of the last remaining single-family houses in East Boston.
Which house is yours? Is yours the greeny blue house?
It's the blue house, and what I can tell the board is that I think it was 3 years ago my wife and I bought that property. It was dilapidated, in worse condition as this property, and currently, after spending more on the renovations than we paid to buy the property, it's currently worth approximately 20% more than we paid for it all in. So it is financially viable for them to come in and redo the house without needing to raise it. We've expressed to them that we're willing to work with them on any project that incorporates or saves this house in some way, including expansions of the property. But as it's proposed, the abutters are opposed to it. And we would request that the board either deny it or defer this hearing so that the developer can go back and seek approval from the local civic association board. And I also do have a letter for the record from Deborah Cave, the president of Eagle Hill Civic Association, in opposition to this.
You can submit that to the file.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Yes, I can respond briefly. So the letter that's being submitted was based upon the original proposal, which was at 4 stories with the head house and the roof deck. I appreciate my brother at the bar's comments about legal requirements for a variance, and certainly I think we're all aware of those. But I think it's important for the board to understand context as well, that throughout this process, he is somebody that we've communicated with directly, as well as the direct abutters on the other side. I do appreciate that their homes are unique with respect to this neighborhood, but certainly the outliers in the 3F 2000 district. The neighborhood is predominantly 3-story, triple-decker style homes. I think we've done a tremendous job of trying to mirror the context of what that neighborhood is, notwithstanding the fact that we are located next to 2 buildings which are well below what the zoning limits are for this particular neighborhood. I just want to point out a couple of items that Attorney Schomer had mentioned about his objections. First is the height.
Just one question. Did you have to apply for demo delay permit?
Not yet.
Not yet.
We would not do it yet.
Okay.
That would be done prior to building permit.
Okay.
A few of the items that I think for the record just need to be clear. One of the objections was relative to height. The record before this board indicates that the height of the building is less than 35 feet and 3 stories, and therefore would be consistent with the height limit set forth by Article 53. Also, with respect to light, air, and privacy, again, being in 3F 2000 district, the minimum setback on the side yard is 2.5 feet. We propose a setback of 3 feet on each side, so therefore you can hardly argue that somehow we're intruding within the side yard setback. We're actually greater than what the zoning code requires. With respect to rear yard and open space, as I indicated to the board, we did pull this building back to meet the 30-foot setback requirement in Article 53, based large part on comments that were made by Attorney Schomer, his wife, and the neighbors to address that concern. With respect to open space, we do have, I believe we can achieve the 1,200 square feet. We're probably just under by about maybe 20 to 25 square feet, but I'm sure there's some reworking that can be done to achieve the compliant open space. So I'm not really certain what other items could be objectionable. We also agree that we would not include a roof deck, another specific request that was made during the abutter process to ensure that privacy would be respected amongst both neighbors. So while we can't do everything that the abutters want in this particular case, Madam Chair, I certainly think we've made a very good effort at trying to address the specific concerns that were raised in the process and the concerns that we think can be achieved based upon the design that we've presented to the board, the redesign that we've done.
Thank you. Okay, given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve continuing BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I assume you'll continue with conversation with your abutter.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
BOA 889-515-226 Saratoga Street. This is a confirmed occupancy as a 2-family and change occupancy from a 2-family to a 3-family dwelling and renovate and erect the 3rd floor addition. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions in addition. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading, insufficient parking. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Linsky, 5 Sumner Street, on behalf of the petitioner. With me is Vladimir Kainovsky. He's the owner of the property, along with Arthur Chu, who's the architect of this project. This property is actually located directly across the street from the project we just presented, again at the foot of Eagle Hill, located on Saratoga Street. This is a pre-existing two-family dwelling. The proposal is to change the occupancy from a 2 to a 3-family, to do a complete upgrade to the interior of the renovations, which is life safety, as well as an exterior upgrade for the exterior appearance of this building. I would point out this building is semi-attached, so it is attached to the other side. It is our intent, as we've represented to the Eagle Hill Civic Association, to encourage and work with the owner of the adjoining property to join with us in the exterior improvements, so that we don't have one side of the building appearing updated with the other side of the building not appearing, in a condition that's similar to ours. We're working through that process now. The units upon completion, Unit 1 was a total of 1,306 square feet with the extended living space in the basement that would be pertinent to Unit 1. Unit 2 is pre-existing at 690 square feet. We're not looking to make any change with respect to that program. And then Unit 3 would be 817 square feet with a rear addition. This building, if you look at the profile of it, actually is a half story on the top. It looks like a 3-story from the front. So it would actually expand the third level back further towards the rear yard. With respect to...
Do you have handouts on this?
Sorry?
Do you have handouts
I
on
do,
this?
yes, I'm sorry. Apologies.
So which is the proposed third unit?
Upper one.
The third, number 3, 817 square feet.
Correct. And 2 bedrooms.
And this is proposed for rental or sale?
This would be for sale as well. So again, located at 3F2000 district, 3 families permitted, no relief necessary to change from a 2-family to a 3-family. With respect to the minimum lot size, although we are cited for that, we are entitled to look to the exception of Article 53 that allows for the 75% rule, where if you meet 3/4 of the requirements of the minimum lot size, a 3-family would be allowed. So we are requesting relief for that, but I just want to point out that the intent of the code does allow for a smaller lot size under the 3/4 rule. We do meet the requirements for lot width, front yard, side yard, and rear yard. However, we do require a variance for floor area ratio, as we would be increasing the floor space over the 1.0 limit to 1.39. The height would continue to be compliant at the existing condition, and the open space, total open space proposed would be 1,050 square feet, which would be in excess of the 900 square feet required. Again, because we're only proposing to add one additional space, the zoning code requires us only to seek relief for the additional space for the additional unit. And once again, trying to provide parking here would not be at all feasible, especially adding a curb cut to this section of Saratoga Street.
And what's the floor to ceiling height in the basement?
Maybe 7.6.
7.6. And it's a family room, both
Yes.
family room.
Yes.
Are utilities separate?
Yes, in the
Okay.
back.
How are the
Public
plans,
area.
Mr. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
I do have a question. Apropos your joint neighbor, have you in fact had discussions with them about the applicability of treating the front facade as one?
So we've done this on a number of projects in the neighborhood where the economy of scale is better for them to look at the type of materials that we're using. So it's essentially them paying the cost of materials and a fractional cost of the labor, but it's certainly cheaper for them to do it if they were to do it in conjunction with our proposal.
Right, because my memory is a little bit faulty, but there used to be in the zoning code someplace a comment that when you were doing buildings that were basically half of a building, that there was an obligation. Do you remember where that is, Jeff? I mean, Mr. Farmer used to bring that up every once in a while, but that was 23 years ago.
Be under design guidelines, but, I mean...
It's in separate ownership, right?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay.
Because we've run into this problem a lot in Charlestown.
Yeah.
We've done several of these. One, most recently in Jeffrey's Point, where we worked very closely with the abutting condo association, and it worked out very well. Where the design of the building is contiguous, and it looks a lot better.
And your direct abutter is in favor of this project?
My direct abutter has not indicated objection at all.
Has been silent, huh? Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak on in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office and Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. This applicant received a strong support from the abutters and also from the Neighborhood Association.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to grant the relief requested, and with a suggestion that the appellant work very closely with his abutting neighbor to assure that there's continuity of finish.
Second.
With BPDA design review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with that proviso.
I'm going to call the last case for 10:30, calling BOA 914-596, 47 Morris Street. This is the demo of an existing structure, erect a three-story, three-family residential structure with a private roof deck, rear deck on level 2, and a finished basement with 2 parking spaces. Violations Article 27G, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking loading requirement, insufficient parking. Article 53, Section 56.5A, parking maneuverability. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient lot size. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient usable open space per unit. And Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston. With me to my right is the property owner and developer, Mark Savatsky, and to his right is our architect, Jason Arndt. This is a proposal to demolish the existing structure, which you'll see on the second page, the third page of your handout is the building outlined in green. The first floor is made of cinder block and has been, over time, a garage and then a retail store. And then you'll see on top of it was added a single floor, which is residential, and now the lower floor is also residential. But the proposal is to demolish this existing structure as it is out of character and not very attractive, and construct a new 3-story contemporary design building with 3 residential units and 2 parking spaces at the rear of the property.
Okay, so walk us through the violations, please.
So the violations include, the lot size is rather small, so they're all dimensional in nature. The additional lot area per dwelling unit is insufficient. The floor area ratio maximum is 1.0, and the proposed is 2.14. But that is entirely consistent with the context of the neighborhood, both in terms of size and density. Usable open space requirement is insufficient. Minimum front yard is insufficient, but the building lines up with the other structures along the street line. Minimum side yard requirement is 2'6", and what is being provided is 1'6", which we're actually increasing the side yard from its current nonconformity. Minimum rear yard is 10 feet, and we are providing for 3. The parking requirement is two cars are being, 2 parking spaces are being provided, but that is insufficient. And those are the violations.
So let me just ask you, is there a roof deck being proposed on this?
Yes, there's a roof deck for the top floor unit, and then on the rear of the building, there's a rear deck to provide some open space for the middle level unit.
Okay, and so to access the first unit, one needs to go down a few stairs to get to the living room, and then there's an internal staircase to get to the second piece of that, okay?
Yes.
Is there an iPod in East Boston?
There is, yes.
When did that happen? I
months
remember
ago.
I remember the last iPod in East Boston, so there's another one?
Yeah, there's a new
this is a new
iPod.
one that's not as in-depth as the one in the 80s. This one is basically for new construction, there are no changes within the iPod that deals specifically with dimensions or uses,
So is this iPod for the entire of East Boston or certain
except for Suffolk
section?
Downs.
Except for Suffolk Downs?
Yep.
So did the last project trigger, I guess the last project did not trigger an iPod.
It did not. There was a mad rush of filings
I see.
before the advertisement went out.
And just for the record, Madam Chair, the citation to the iPod for this case is Article 27G. That's actually the old East Boston iPod, which was superseded. So the correct citation for the iPod for this case is 27T.
I should look at that to see what the triggers are, okay? And the plans are adequate, the same
Well,
triggers?
I do have a question, and that is that this is a 3-unit building, is that correct?
Yes.
How is accessibility achieved?
So according to the building code, we're required to have the common area accessible, and to alleviate that, we will be providing mailboxes and a doorbell at street level.
Right, but my question is, how do I get into the first unit? Am I incorrect in seeing that there's a set of stairs going down?
So initially, you are entering on grade and going up a number of stairs to get to the first floor, which is raised above grade, and then it will be a two-floor level.
So the first floor unit is at grade?
No, it's a couple steps up.
Okay, so again, it goes to my question.
Sure.
How do you achieve accessibility?
Accessibility to that unit in particular.
Right.
So I believe the code indicates that we're not required to have an accessible unit in a 3-family unit.
Right.
We are required to have an accessible common space, which is the very small 3-foot, basically vestibule that allows access into the.
But a 3-family unit is a multifamily, right?
Yes.
And so there is now an exception that says you don't need accessibility to multifamily?
The accessibility requirement is that, and this is something that we've talked about a number of times going through the building code with ISD and MAAB, is the accessibility to the common space program, which is basically the vestibule. And that would be.
So what's the use? If I'm handicapped visiting somebody there, I only can hang out with them in the vestibule?
So the idea would be that you would have, so for example, if you're on the 3rd floor and you need to go visit somebody who's on the 3rd floor, there would have to be some kind of means of, someone would have to help up to that 3rd floor particular space. And that's the idea, is that you're able to reach the occupants to provide help or assistance or communication in that case.
And we were not.
And ABB goes along with that?
Yes.
And we were not cited for any accessibility. Usually there's a
understand that you're
note.
not cited, but the usual position of ISD is that they look at the zoning, and the accessibility is really a special code item that gets picked up when you try to get your building permit and do your construction. And I'm just curious,
right,
because I haven't seen many unit 3 families that have skirted.
So I wouldn't necessarily say skirted, but for example, there's a number of places that have raised first floors for various reasons, and this is a conversation that we've had in the past with both agencies in that case.
Because you haven't cited, obviously, there's nothing we have no right to get into it other than for my own edification. I'm just trying to find out where the exception is that allows this.
Right.
Any other questions? Is anybody here to speak? Go ahead.
What is the access to the roof deck? I couldn't quite tell.
It's a private access from the 3rd floor.
Within the unit.
Within the unit, yes. And it's it's a head house.
It's a hatch.
No, it's a head house.
Okay, because the elevations don't show the head house.
Because it's not visible from Morris, is what your statement said.
Yeah.
The sightline drawing showing the pedestrian's experience from the sidewalk opposite, I believe, would include.
Page 3.
I believe the submitted drawings do indicate a head house.
Okay, maybe the drawings. I mean, I'm looking at this.
That's like,
Yeah, sorry, it is in the background in that particular cut, but there is a head house. The slope is away from the street edge, so basically sloping.
Right, but the section here
Sure.
shows a stair going up to something.
And there's no head house.
Right, sorry.
I mean, the invisible head house.
Is that what we call ghost?
Well, no, it's still.
Here's a more robust set of plans that actually shows the...
Okay. Oh, yes, that, I can see from here, that's a lot clearer. Thank you. It would have been nice to have a street and see what the visibility was from the street.
And what is the size of the head house?
You have this, right, Anthony?
Yeah. So the head house is purely a strict definition of a head house, access to
Access
stair.
only, right. Yep.
Thank you.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Based on the community process, we would like to go on record in support. No concerns were expressed in regards to the last proposal, and also they received support from the Maverick Central Square Civic Association.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? One last question.
One last question. This is obviously a contemporary design in the context of a traditional neighborhood. Was there any response to that from the neighborhood association?
Indeed. This team, developer architect, have done two similar projects, one at 90 Cottage Street, which this board approved, of a similar style, which has been completed and is very well received in the neighborhood, and another one at 9 Jeffrey Street, which is also similar design and has also been very well received in the neighborhood. And if I may, we have a unanimous letter of support from the Maverick Central Neighborhood Association and 16 abutters that I'd like to submit for the record.
This question had to do just particularly with it.
Yeah, no,
And
remarkably well
has the
received.
exterior aged well? Because, yeah?
Yeah, yes. We'll
What
make
is it?
So that would be a metal that's annealed, metal painted.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with continued BPDA design review.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now take a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. 191 Talbot Street can come up and sit at the table.
Just a reminder, please make sure your cell phones are off. Please take conversations outside of the room. If we are at the point of hearing rediscussions, please tell us why you were deferred, what has happened since your deferral. If you did not get a chance to present at the last meeting, tell us what the project is about, okay? Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go into the first case, are there any deferrals or withdrawals? I'm going to call that out one more time for 11:30. Okay. Calling the first case for 11:30, calling BOA 900-138, 191 Talbot Avenue. This is to erect a 14-unit moderate income apartment, retail, restaurant, service, office use on the ground floor and 8 off-street parking spaces. Violations, Article 60, Section 19. A multifamily dwelling unit is forbidden use. Article 60, Section 20. The height is excessive. Article 60, Section 20. The floor-to-area ratio is excessive. And Article 60, Section 37. Off-street parking requirements is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Travis Lee, 60 Ocean Street.
Will anybody else at the table be speaking?
Yeah. Jacob Taylor, Klein Hornig, 101 Art Street.
Travis Anderson, Place Taylor Inc., 100 Warren Street.
Okay, please tell us what's being proposed.
Thank you for your time. This project has been deferred at 2 different ZBA hearings. The first one, it was deferred because there was a typo or an error in the first zoning refusal letter. The second deferral was because the ZBA failed to put a public notice in the newspaper. And so we're here the third time. Hopefully it's the charm.
The charm.
That's right.
Okay, so tell us what's being proposed.
Thank you. So my name's Travis Lee, and I'm proposing a 3-story, 14-unit rental housing project with retail on the ground floor. This building is proposed on a 13,000-foot vacant lot, formerly a gas station. And so the lot's been vacant for 10-plus years and has all sorts of contamination below ground. Of course, the project is proposing to clean up the soils with the construction of the new building. The site rests between the commuter rail, the Talbot Ave commuter rail station, and the Lee School on Talbot Avenue in Dorchester. The units are targeted to families that are making at or below 80% of the area median income, and we're working with Mass Housing to finance this project.
So tell us what the unit breakdown is, bedroom size and square footage size.
Sure. Yeah, there's 14 units, 4 one-bedroom unit. The one-bedrooms are 675 square feet. There are 4 studios. Those are 466 square feet, and 6 two-bedrooms, which are 734 square feet. We also have a ground floor Group 1 residence for ADA, and then there's another 2-bedroom on the ground floor, too, with the retail in the front.
Could I ask a question? The drawings that we have are dated August of 2018. Are these the most current drawings? There are no changes from these drawings, is that correct?
Correct. If this proceeds, we'll definitely work on advancing it with BPDA for design review, but these are where they currently stand, yeah.
So again, these currently reflect what you're proposing?
Yeah, they do. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So speak to your violations, please.
I'll speak briefly to the violations. We're requesting relief from Article 60, Section 19 to permit the proposed multifamily use. The proposed local retail use is actually allowable as of right, and we believe that proposed mix of uses is appropriate for the site.
What district is this in? What zoning
It's a
district?
local industrial sub-district.
It's LI, okay.
Yeah. It's located next to a residential development that's of similar scale, and it's across the street from across Talbot Ave from a number of residential properties as well. So it is surrounded by a number of residential properties, and it's also very close to the Lee School, as Travis said. We're also requesting relief under Article 60, Section 20, to allow for a height of approximately 37.5 feet. The applicable height limitation is 35 feet. And 4 stories, and we're also proposing 4 stories. We're requesting relief.
It's 3.5 stories, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
We're also requesting relief under Article 60, Section 20 for an FAR of approximately 1.18, and the allowable FAR is 1. And we are requesting to build the project with 8 parking spaces. The underlying zoning would require 1 per unit.
And we are proposing the 14 units with 8 spaces. And I think the underlying zoning requires 2 spaces for each 1,000 square feet of retail, and we're proposing approximately 2,000 square feet of retail.
Did you see you're proposing 2,000 square feet for retail?
Approximately, yeah. I think it's 2,200 square feet.
2,150.
Okay.
Well, what is the affordable component?
So all of the units will be targeted at 80% of the area median income or below. And so that's currently $1,750 a month for a 2-bedroom.
$750 for 2-bedroom for a
17.
family.
So does that mean that since you're over 10 units, that you're not?
That's correct. So if the entire project is deed restricted, which is what I'm proposing, then there would be no IDP requirement. Is that what you're asking, sir?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
But how is that guaranteed? I mean, at least with the IP, you know.
So I've been in communication with Tim Davis over at the BPDA. He's the man that manages the IDP, and what he asked for is a commitment letter from the funding organization that outlines the affordability requirements that come with the project.
And that's the same in perpetuity as a regular?
I believe it's 40 years. I don't know if it's forever.
So it's it could be an expiring use then?
In
At
several decades,
40
I think.
years.
In several decades, it could be.
So what is the language in the deed restriction that speaks to that?
Well, so the financing comes with a regulatory agreement that's 28 pages long that outlines everything that governs the affordability of the project.
And these are rentals.
That's correct.
So that when the lease is calculated.
That's right. There's a maximum rent that I can charge on a monthly basis.
And what would that be?
And for a 2-bedroom, for example, it's $1,750 right now.
And for a family of?
For up to a family of 4. Household of 4.
4 in a 2-bedroom.
That's right.
For $1,750.
All of these limits are posted on the BPDA website,
Yes,
and they
I know, but it
sure,
helps
sure.
to talk it through.
Sure, and they could change every year as Boston median income increases or decreases, right?
And you can't pay off the loan faster?
I can pay off the loan whenever I want.
Okay, so when you do that, then what happens to the restrictions that are tied to the loan?
If I repay all of the debt in full, then I have control over what happens to the property.
Right, yeah. And,
Correct.
I guess that's part of the direction that I was going, because it makes great incentive to, in fact, pay it off very fast, and then the units are put out, they're then market units, right?
And they're entirely market with
Right.
no affordable restrictions.
Right.
I would just propose that if you dig into the economics, it's very, very difficult to pay off the project. One of the reasons folks pursue various types of patient capital that, for example, Mass Housing provides, is that it helps a project become viable that otherwise wouldn't be.
But we know you're a smart business person, so, yeah.
It's flattering. Not everybody thinks that.
Well, we know your project on, what is it called? Where, do you have one in Newmarket, Mass Ave?
Dorchester Brewing Company.
Yes, yeah.
The 35-foot grain silo that somehow you guys approved. I don't know how.
Well, I mean, this is at least a new concept to me. So, Jeff, this is something that's
I wouldn't even want to get into a conversation about the affordable. When Tim's involved, I mean, it's going to be in good hands. I would.
But is this a formula that you've heard of?
Yes. Yep.
Common or?
Not common, no, but.
Okay. New to me.
So does the BRA board have a policy about this kind of stuff? Do they have an if-then clause? No, you don't know.
I can't wear that hat.
Okay.
Could you ask?
I can ask, of course I can ask.
Okay.
Would appreciate it.
Yep. Any other questions? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Celestin with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I held an abutters meeting for this project. They've also done a lot of work through with the TNT Association. We seem very pleased with the final product. So we support, and it's also important to mention that the senior home is very excited about the laundromat conversation we're having at the abutters meeting. So we support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dustin Gardner on behalf of City Council President Andrea Campbell's office. We would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody else to speak in support? Are you in opposition? please put your name and address on the record and tell us briefly what your opposition is based on. Speak up. Hearing today.
Yeah, the area is already congested. We have the school, we have the teachers coming in, from outside of the community, and plus members of the, people who live in the community. If there's a retail space that's coming into play here, it's going to create a lot of traffic already. We have people coming in using the commuter rail that park on the street. You can't park. Side streets, you can't park on the side streets anymore. There's only 8 parking spaces for the units that are going to be available. It's just going to be really congested in that area. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is anybody else here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with continued BPDA design review, and just to pay special attention to that, the deed. But I'm with you. I think that financeable reasons, it makes it reasonable. But
and you're, excuse me, at this point looking at a retail and not a restaurant use.
We are working closely with the community to figure out what it's going to be. We don't know, to be honest.
It's been empty. It's been empty easily for 10 years, and it is contaminated.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with that proviso.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Your next case, calling BOA 826-857, 92 Maple Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2-family dwelling to a 6-family dwelling. The violation is Article 50, Section 28. A multifamily residential unit is forbidden. Article 50, Section 29. Lot area for additional units is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29. The floor area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29. The height is excessive. Article 50, the height is excessive. Article 50, Section 29. Usable open space is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29. The front yard requirement is insufficient. Article 50, Section 21, the side yard is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 43, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. Here representing City Realty, Josh Fetterman, one of the principals, and Danielle Stangone from Studio MLA, who's the architects of the project. It's actually a couple of clarifications. So we're actually seeking to change the occupancy from an existing 3-family dwelling, that's what the long form and occupancy shows. That was a misprint.
And it's still to a 6-family?
To a 5. We've
to a
modified
5-family?
that project over time to a 5-family. It's a complete renovation and restoration of the exterior and interior of the building as well. I'm going to go into the violations and unit count, but just a point to note, currently the existing units in the building have 13 bedrooms. That's going to be reduced to 11 under this new configuration, even though we're adding units. Right now, one of the units has 6 bedrooms and another one has 4 alone with the existing footprint. Just to go over quickly the floor plans, Unit 1 and Unit 2 are proposed 1,060 square foot, 2-bed, 2-bath. Unit 3, 1,030, 2-bed, 2-bath. Unit 4, 1,160, 2-bed, 2-bath. And then finally, Unit 5, 1,450 square foot, 3-bed and 2-bath. The violations that were listed, use, although this area is completely on page 2, page 3, you can see all the multifamily residential apartment style buildings. It is zoned for 3F, and we're proposing MFR. Additional lot area would be required to have 7,500 or 2,719. FAR 0.8 is what's allowable. We're at 0.85. Open space 650 per dwelling unit. We're at 565. Rear yard, although it's pre-existing, we're not changing the footprint. It's at 5 feet 2 inches. Required is 30, and then parking required would be 5. We have 2 existing on-site rear parking spaces in a garage. We could fit a few more tandem given the size of the lot. And we've had a number of meetings, butters meetings. The
Maple Tenant Association. We had 2 meetings with them as well. There were 2 violations that were cited that do not apply. Height, we're at 35 feet, and that's allowable, 3 stories. We're not increasing that at all. And our front yard is 23 feet, 7 inches, and we're allowed to have 20 feet, so we're over the requirement there as well. I can pause now and go over any questions that the board may have.
So essentially, front, side, and rear yards are all existing. Front, side, and rear yards are all existing.
Correct.
FAR, I'm sorry.
So 0.8 is what's allowable. We're slightly over at 0.85 because we're squaring off the dormers.
And I'm sorry, I think I missed what you said about the parking.
So 5 is what would be required under the code. We have 2 existing. We could add 2 tandem, but it's not counting as additional spots. But we are reducing the bedroom count overall.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Bazzani?
The drawings are adequate.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Boy, it's so much better to see those the space used differently rather than closets in the awkwardest positions. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jessica Thomas with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, and we'd like to go on record to support. I was able to attend the abutters meeting, and they also met with the Neighborhood Association. They've also been actively working with the community and contributed to a garden in the area. There was concerns about trash on the lot, but again, the proponents have been in touch with the neighbors in order to address those issues.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with BPDA. We'll probably need it, right, Jeff? BPDA design review.
Yep. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Calling BOA 765-159-139 Walter Street. This is to construct a new 2-family townhome. Violations, Article 69, Section 9, lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 69, the height requirement is excessive. Article 69, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 69, Section 9, the off-street parking design, access, drive, and maneuverability. Article 69, Section 29, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Article 69, Section 29.5, off-street parking design, access, drive, and maneuverability. And Article 69, Section 9, location of the main entrance. In this residential zoning district, the main entrance shall of a dwelling unit face the front lot line. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Joseph Lichtblau, 50 Congress Street, Boston, Mass. Representing Nora Duclos, the homeowner who is with me. This parcel sits next to the Walter Street burial ground, which is under the jurisdiction of the Parks Department. And of course, north of that is the Arboretum. Mr. Duclos' house was...
This is the one that had the fire.
Yes, was destroyed by fire in September of 2016, and she proposes to replace her single family with a 2-family in a 2F5000 zone. More than half of the houses across the street on Walter Street are 2 families on undersized lots. You have in the handout the most recent plans which went through the community process, and briefly these plans scaled down the size and footprint of the proposed 2-family. They also preserve...
Tell us what's now the plan, and does Mr. Bazzani have the most recent plans?
The most recent plans have not been submitted to the BOA, but will be.
Well, we can't proceed if we have no evidence in front of us.
The most recent plan eliminated one of the zoning violations, and that was in terms of the front entryway and the height. Other than that, it's the same.
Mr. Bazzani, you want to address that?
The usual procedure is that in order for the board to stamp off on a drawing, ISD has reviewed it and have put their stamp on it. And we don't have that. And I know you've been deferred, but the drawings really should be submitted to ISD for the same plans to determine whether or not there is either an increased violation or decrease in violation. And I know it may seem administrative, but it's really the only way that everybody can keep control.
Well, in that event, I mean, if we can't go forward today, then we would have to defer to get those plans to ISD.
Well, how long do you think your architect could make those changes?
The changes are made.
Well, not on a set of drawings. Did he make them on another set?
We could have them within, I would say, 48 hours, yes.
Okay. So the real question is, because this is purely an administrative snafu, is there a way, Mark, fortunately, to get them back very fast at the next meeting?
Let's get a deferral place first.
Motion to defer. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mark, can you negotiate a date for us?
Yeah, we can squeeze them in. It's just going to be
Another long day.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're used to those. If they can get everything done, we can get them in March 12th.
Yeah.
March.
That's the next hearing.
So March 12th at 11:30.
Okay. So again, just so you're clear, have your architect make that change, get it to the initial plan examiner, have him look at it, stamp it, and we'll be all set.
Thank you.
Because, I mean, what you're asking for is not a big deal. It's just administratively, you have to keep track.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 874-391, 608 to 610 East 8th Street. This is to construct a rear addition on an existing two-family dwelling, excavate basement for a new living space in Unit 1, construct a new roof deck, and a full interior renovation. Violations Article 27S, Section 5, it's in the South Boston iPod, and Article 68, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass. Attorney for the applicant. To my right is Jay Dorenzo, the property owner. To my left is Nick Landry, the architect for this project. The proposal here, members of the board, I think is precisely the type of thing that they had in mind when they put the iPod into place in South Boston, and that is to preserve existing structures that are in character of the building, preserve existing densities, preserve existing uses and impacts, and that's what this project does. It's an existing two-family dwelling unit, and it will remain an existing two-family dwelling unit. The proposal is to excavate the basement to provide additional living area for the ground floor unit, so that will be a duplex unit on the ground floor and into the basement, and then the top floor is a separate unit. There's a proposal to add a roof deck exclusive to the top floor unit and preserve the property as an existing two-family dwelling unit. Our zoning issues are applicability of the iPod, which again, I think this is a suitable example of what the iPod was designed to do rather than...
Tell us about that. The other violation is your side yard violation?
So the other violation is the side yard insufficiency, which is an existing condition, and we are not doing anything to increase the degree of the existing condition, but rather it was cited by ISD because in the rear of the property there was a three-season porch which was removed, and that's being turned into additional living area.
So 2 questions.
Yes.
What's the use of the basement and anticipated floor-to-ceiling height? And tell us about the roof deck.
So the use of the basement is living space for what is shown on the plans on sheet A001 as Unit 1. So the ground floor and the basement is a duplex unit. So the basement area is living area for Unit 1.
What specifically? Any bedrooms down there?
Yes.
And access is?
There's direct access out the rear plus an internal stair.
Okay.
And the ceiling height is 8 feet, 8 inches.
Okay. And tell us about the roof deck.
The roof deck is accessible by an internal staircase from Unit 2 with a hatch as opposed to a head house, and is set back, as you can see on sheet A001 elevation, a substantial distance from the front of the street to the far rear of the roof.
Looks like an interesting hatch, much longer than typical hatch, isn't it?
It's easier to get through those if you have the space at the top of your staircase to have the, I think they call them coffin-style hatches.
What is it, Solar Innovations?
The brand? Yes. Yeah.
Lets a lot of light in as well.
From the plans, Mr. Fasano.
The drawing's ready.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, we'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union, we want to go on record of support.
Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in opposition to this project. There were concerns raised at the abutters meetings on the roof deck, which hasn't been addressed, and also the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is in opposition to this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Alex Terry. My wife Dylan and I are direct abutters to this property. I live at 612 East 8th Street. I submitted comments on Friday, which the board may...
Can you summarize to us what your opposition is based on?
Sure. We raised concerns regarding the rear addition. In specific, the original proposal, which I believe is what's before the board now, includes an exterior staircase. So essentially the rear addition proposed brought it to the limit of the existing structure, and then on top of that there was an exterior rear staircase that was the second means of egress from Unit 2. So my letter of Friday mentions we weren't provided with updated revisions, sort of in response to those concerns. Actually, yesterday, Attorney Lacasse was nice enough to send along proposals that put the exterior wall on the far side of the staircase down from Unit 2, essentially interior, making interior that second means of egress from the unit, which went some of the way to address our concerns. And I just wanted to acknowledge with appreciation Mr. Lorenzo.
So some of your concerns have been addressed. What's outstanding?
We would certainly defer to the board's position with respect to a rear addition. We just wanted to see as much of the open usable space in the existing yard preserved.
Okay, thank you. Response?
The response is, as part of the continuing BPDA design review, which I anticipate would be a condition of your approval, that the owner is willing to include the enclosure of the rear staircase, which is shown on elevation A300. It's an exterior staircase from the second floor. So there is an alternative to simply enclose that staircase so it's not visible to the abutters, and it's my understanding that they would be amenable to that. So we could treat that as an item of design review.
One question about that stair, for the architect. You have the second means of egress out of that unit through a bedroom. Is that allowed?
So the door on that bedroom is not going to be lockable. It'll be a passage.
No, I mean, usually they don't allow that because there's no way to prevent anybody from locking it.
There's no way to...
Just be aware that it may be an issue that comes up.
Okay.
Because with bedrooms, there is no way that you can argue that a tenant will not lock his door.
If we don't give him the option to lock it?
I don't know.
Not put a locking, put a passage.
But you know,
if he's
5
locked
years
out.
from now,
Sure,
who
sure.
knows?
Okay,
You know?
okay, I get you.
So that's the usual caveat.
Okay.
Why?
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set with that proviso. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Calling BOA 804-240, 686 East 5th Street. This is an enlarged and existing single family with an additional story and extend living space. The violation is Article 68, Section 8. Front yard setback is insufficient. Article 27S, Section 5, it's in the South Boston iPod. And Article 68, Section 29, the roof structure restricted testing. Name and address for the record, please.
Doug Stefanov, 93 F Street, and with me is
Chad Graves, 686 East 5th.
Julie Fletcher, same address.
Okay, so tell us why you were deferred and what
we
the
were in
current
front of-
situation is.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We were in front of the subcommittee last session, and that's why there was some contention from the neighbors or some opposition, so we are here in front of the full board. This project is a addition to an attached single-family home. The Graves would like to add some living space both in the front of the building off their kitchen, above the existing garage you can see in the photograph. It's on the front of the building. And they'd also like to rework and enlarge the bedroom that's at the back of the building on the second floor, making it a larger master bedroom suite with a bath. We did have a community meeting. The project was bigger at that time, so we've scaled the project down.
What is the current situation? Because, you know, that helps us to just talk about what is currently before us versus history, because that just, in a certain way, muddies the water.
Well, currently, like I said, it's a single-family attached with the garage at the front of the building right on the street, which is...
And is this the, brick garage?
Yes, correct. The one on the right. That's their property, 686.
Okay.
So that is the garage, and then behind that on the second floor, as you can see in the drawings, the kitchen. So since we started, I've now scaled the project down to well under 1,000 square feet. It's adding approximately a little over 600 square feet between the front and the back.
And what's the use of that space?
The space in the front would be a living room, which is off the kitchen, and the back would be just the enlarged master bedroom. We did get cited for rooftop restriction. The iPod at the time, since the project was larger than 1,000 when we started, and front yard setback as the new building is closer than 5 feet to the street.
So with the 600 square foot addition, then are you not you're not subject to iPod?
No, it's 1,000 is the trigger.
So what's left as far as violations?
Rooftop restriction, because I'm changing the roof profile of the building as well as front yard setback.
How are the plans, Ms. Pisani?
The drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Now tell us, so is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
I do have a letter to enter into the record, if I may.
Whoever's here to speak in support of the proposal, please come up and put your name and address on the record.
Okay.
I'm Denise Callow at 688 East 5th Street.
And you're in support?
I am in support. They're good neighbors, and it's a good plan to... Thank you.
If I can mention, there were 5 letters.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hello. My name is Karen Hill, and I'm at 677 East 5th. I live directly across the street, and would be very excited about this for them. They're wonderful neighbors, and I think it's a great plan.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? Please put your name and address on the record, and representatives of elected officials should speak first.
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in opposition. At the abutters meeting, we did hear concerns from the people immediately attached to the building about essentially being blocked in with an expansion of this building. The buildings are now basically identical, as well as concerns about construction management. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office. The councillor would like to go on record in opposition to this proposal. The direct abutter, who is right next to it, the attached home, has many concerns on the addition to the property, and the City Point Neighborhood Association is also in opposition. Thank you so much.
Please put your name and address on the record and briefly tell us what your concerns are based on.
Christine Donahue. I own the property with my husband, Christopher Donahue. We actually own 682 and 684, which it is a 2-family home directly attached to 686. This project is overwhelming to my property. It encompasses my entire eastern exposure, which the architect was unaware of, assuming concerning his remarks.
Can you just please, I don't have a value statement, I just need facts, okay?
It
overwhelming.
takes all of my eastern exposure. It completely shadows my roof on 682, which means I will now have to go up and manually clean that roof off in the winter. It changes the way I get light, air. It also is an addition being built on what I was told was a structurally unstable garage. The last project that was done by these homeowners caused massive, it cracked every wall in my house. It opened up holes between both of our foundations. There was no existing firewall, which meant they tore down my kitchen wall between the two units. They worked outside of their permitted hours with their HVAC. They refinished their floors, closed their unit, and went away when I had 2 minor children in the home. I still have a minor child in the home. Both of my children have special needs, and they live with me.
Okay, so...
This is a huge disruption.
So sounds like your concerns are on light and air and their past record on construction management. Okay?
This is a management issue.
Okay.
I understand that wanting something is, we all want things. Simply wanting something doesn't mean you get it.
Hold on. So I've identified 2 issues, and that covers what your concerns are. Is there anything else? Okay. No, maybe your husband can help you out on that one.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Christopher Donahue, homeowner, 684, 682 East 5th. I did bring along a couple of photographs I'd like that would help illustrate my point, if I could get them to you.
Okay. And is 682, 684 a 2-family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this a 2-family also?
No.
No, it's a single family. Okay. Okay.
Just to expand on Christine's points, my biggest concern is not only loss of air and sunlight, but as she said, the previous demolition job that he did almost destroyed my house.
Give me new information.
New information?
Yeah, because...
I still don't know specifically what he's planning to do with the backyard. We didn't know about that until the abutters meeting. He wasn't honest with us. We went in there knowing that he wanted to expand out front, and he says, oh, by the way, we're going to go out back, too. Okay. So I still am unclear on exactly what they want, which is why I gave you photographs of my backyard.
Excellent, thank you.
And again, the houses are attached. I know it's not new information right now, but I don't trust him or his architect not to bring my house down to the ground with this proposal.
Thank you.
And again, we're lifelong South Boston residents. We made a conscious choice to raise our family here. This isn't something we ever expected to have to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's somebody else speaking.
Hello, my name is Kristen McCosh. I'm here as a neighbor and not in my role as the city's disability commissioner. I'd like to express my strong opposition to this project for many reasons. Not only will it block all the sun and light, as was mentioned, children live in this house who have special needs. This project is not safe, in my opinion, as far as I saw the damage to the last project that was done. The house is over 150 years old. It's attached. I've lived through these projects twice. I have my own lived experience with it. Growing up as a lifelong resident of South Boston, in our family's home on L Street, an attached home, the neighbor built an addition onto our home. He built onto our roof and opened up holes. It rained in our home for the rest of my life. Attached buildings have a different structure, a different setup than non-attached buildings. Secondly, my neighbor where I live now on East 6th Street was approved by this board 2 years ago when I spoke out in opposition to extend up and back. I now have lost all my sunlight, and I have a wall facing my yard. I used to have a small bit of open space in a very densely packed neighborhood where I grew up as a 3rd-generation resident. I now have a wall in my yard. I don't even use the yard anymore. I don't have children, but I do know this family has children. I would oppose it on those grounds, and also on the grounds that I don't understand what the neighborhood is turning into when we have people building on ancient buildings which drive families out. How can a family with children live in a house like this? I don't have children, like I said, I can deal with it. I don't see how this family's gonna deal with it. So I don't know why everything I've seen today has been approved. When people are speaking out, when it's their life and their safety and the future of Boston. So I would strongly oppose it on all those grounds, and happy to answer any questions.
Is anybody else here to speak in opposition on this project? Okay, so please, can you tell us what exactly happened in your history here?
Sure. I think we've been characterized in this is now the third meeting.
No, just give me facts. I mean,
the facts are
just give us facts.
that in the course of renovating our home when we purchased it 12 years ago, it hadn't been touched in 40 years, and it was unlivable. And we tried to invest in a property that we love now, and in the course of construction, it's messy. There are things that happen. We took down an unsafe chimney that we can show you. That was the cause when that was removed. That chimney, there was a portion of their wall that was broken. We did everything we could to make them whole on that. We asked our contractor to take care of everything that they asked for, and we, there were times when there were miscommunications. We tried to communicate as fully and as clearly as we could throughout every step. But this, as neighbors, they're not welcome to us as neighbors. So we feel like we're really constrained. We don't have we don't have a lot of options with this home, but we want to stay there. We want to make it the way that we would like to have it. I wrote them a letter prior to the sidewalk meeting asking them if they have any wishes to develop on their side of the property to match ours, that we would pause our plans, that we could work with them. And I received no response, only responses at the meetings.
And so, are you doing a rear addition?
Yes, we are, and that was part of the sidewalk meeting that we and the plans that we had proposed to the initially.
Okay, and you've submitted your letters of support that. And how many were there? 14, did you say?
No, we had submitted 5 at the prior meeting, 1 today, and one person had not submitted a letter but has appeared twice for us, who is our direct abutter on the other side.
Okay. So given this information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for denial without prejudice.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Any other opposition? No. So this has been denied without prejudice. This means that you can come back with a different proposal, not exactly the same. Okay? Okay. If you want to come back with the same proposal, yeah, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Next case. Calling BOA 835-144, 870 East 5th Street. This is a full gut interior renovation of existing 3-family dwelling and extend living space in the basement. Violation 27S-5. This is in the South Boston iPod. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Stephen Miller, McDermott, Stephen Miller, 28 State Street, Boston. I have with me Victor DeMore, who's the representative of the owner. As the Secretary said, Madam Chair, this is strictly an iPod issue. There's no changes to the envelope of the building. The existing assessing in ISD shows this building as a 3-unit, 3 bedrooms in each unit.
So you want to extend the use into the basement?
Oh, it should say legalize. When we took over the property, the basement had been in use, so we're seeking to
So it's to legalize as a three-family.
It is a three-family now. We're seeking, it's only iPod, there's no zoning, and we're seeking to legalize it into the basement also.
So tell us about that basement.
So
We basically want to know floor to ceiling height. We want to know if there's bedrooms down there, and if the utilities are separate.
So the utilities are separate, it's 8 feet. The ceiling height's 8 feet. The downstairs, it's a kitchen and bathrooms, and all the utilities are separate.
So, I'm sorry, so if it's kitchens and bathrooms in the basement, kitchen and bath?
Yes.
Okay, so, and it's connected to the first floor unit?
Yes.
So is there a kitchen in the first floor unit?
No.
No?
No. Kitchen's in the basement.
Kitchen's in the basement?
It's a very large unit, the first floor unit. All 3 units are very large. The other 2 units are approximately 1,300 feet, and this is approximately 2,600 square feet.
Ms. Pisani, how are the plans?
The plans show in the basement, kitchen, bathroom, dining, slash living upstairs. There, on the first floor, there's 1, 2, 3 bedrooms and an additional open family space.
Okay.
And there is a direct connection from the first floor unit into the basement. The utilities are separated from the unit in the basement.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, John Allison, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support. The proponent initially proposed 3 5-bedroom units. People were very unhappy with that number of bedrooms. At a future meeting, they reduced it to 3 4-bedroom units. People felt that the 4 bedrooms were very similar to the 5 bedrooms and would in fact be used as 5 bedrooms. At that point, the developer did agree to reduce it to 3 3-bedroom units, which I believe are the plans the board has today. We did hold a meeting actually just last night as a follow-up to a meeting we had last week. Several direct abutters did attend and said they were comfortable with the new design of the 3-bedroom units because it will involve taking down various walls and things and creating larger living rooms in some situations. So they will, in fact, be used as 3-bedroom units. So at this point, we are in support due to the work of the developer on that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. We oppose this project due to the overwhelming opposition at multiple abutters meetings regarding the number of bedrooms. Moreover, residents and members of the City Point Neighborhood Association expressed concerns about their use of short form to do work in the interim. We understand they have come down in the number of bedrooms at the meeting last night, but neighbors continue to have significant concerns regarding the community process. Thank you.
Thank you. So you've decreased the bedrooms, so essentially these are 3-bedroom units.
And all 3-bedroom units, if I might, we've only been involved, our firm's been involved in the project since the last deferral. But when the owners took over this property, it was 3 5-bedroom units with the basement being used. And so they were a little naive and unsophisticated as to how to deal with the whole project. So we've been involved I don't think there's opposition. One of my associates was there last night. The abutters were saying, this is what you asked for, and this is what we're giving you.
So it's been reduced to 9 bedrooms from 15 in the building? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And does the drawings that Mr. Pisani have reflect that?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you. Thank you.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 859194, 81 White Street, companion case BOA 870470, I'm sorry, 859195, 79 White Street, companion case BOA 859194, 81 White Street. Getting long in the day here. This is for 79 White Street. This is confirm occupancy as a single family and change occupancy from a 1 to 2 family dwelling and renovate and erection. In addition, the violations, Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking loading, none is proposed, insufficient parking. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, number of allowed stories and exceeded 2.5 is the max. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space, 350 square feet per unit. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. And Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restriction. This is for 81 White. This is confirm occupancy as a single family and change occupancy from a 1 to a 2 family dwelling, renovate and erect an addition. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR, .8. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit, 350 a square foot unit required. Article 53, Section 9, number of allowed stories when exceeded 2.5 feet is the max. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions, and Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking. None is proposed. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner with me, my client Vladimir Kanovsky. He is the owner of the property at 79 and 81 White Street. This proposal is located in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. As the Secretary indicated, this is a companion proposal for 2 existing single-family dwellings, which are semi-attached. These are pre-existing non-conforming structures. Our proposal is to change the occupancy of each of these from a single-family to a 2-family dwelling with a vertical addition. This will also involve a substantial rehabilitation of the existing interiors of these buildings based upon the fact that these are connected and intended to be used for home ownership as condominiums. These will likely also require upgrades to life safety, including sprinklers. We had an opportunity to present this to the Eagle Hill Civic Association, as well as a very well-attended abutters meeting in which the neighborhood was generally receptive to the proposal. I will run through the zoning violations briefly. But with respect to the unit sizes, each of these will be duplex units where living space will be located in both the basement and the first level for the first unit, as well as the second and the new third level for the upper units. The bedroom sizes range from around a 2 to a 3+, and the unit sizes are anywhere from about 841 square feet up to about 922 square feet, with existing conditions being recognized. By way of variances, this is allowed in the 2F2000 district, so the use for 2-family semi-attached will be permitted. With respect to the minimum lot size, we were not cited for minimum lot size. Each of these lots are just over 1,000 square feet. The minimum lot size in the district is 2,000 square feet. The reason we're before the board today is that we requested that ISD cite that violation in order to properly notice this. We did have a good deal of back and forth with the examiner, who indicated that this particular violation was not necessary based upon his interpretation of the code. I don't know if we can argue any further that. With respect to that, we did request relief for it. However, it was not cited by ISD. With respect to the floor area ratio, 0.8 is the maximum allowable limit by Article 53. We are at 1.75 proposed. The number of stories, although we are beneath the height limit of 35 feet, the number of stories permitted is 2.5. We would be at 3 stories. And then the open space requirement for the new units being proposed would be insufficient. Because there's existing 2 dwelling units already with no parking, we'd be required to only provide parking for the 2 additional units that we're proposing under Article 53. We are able to provide 2 parking spaces to the left of the building, and we would make those spaces available to the building itself, to the entire 4 units that are being proposed. So based upon how the market works with respect to this condo development, we would assign those spaces to one of the 4 units, each space to one of the 2 units.
And is there a roof structure proposed?
There is no roof structure proposed for this building. And that was at the request of the Eagle Hill Civic Association.
How are the plans, Mr. Pisani?
Drawings are adequate. The question I have is that the drawings are either dated May 1st or June 1st of 2018. Do these drawings adequately reflect?
They do. I'm sad to say that that's how long this process has taken to get through the community process.
Okay. So basically, there have been no substantive changes to...
No changes.
Okay, great.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair and members of the board, Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, we would like to go on record in support. The applicant complete the community process, and they received a strong support from the direct abutters and also from the Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in opposition? May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve both projects. Basically, all the changes are internal. So no BPDA.
No, well, no.
Oh, no, we have
Actually,
exterior.
there is exterior work.
Correcting addition.
Okay. Then with BPDA design review.
Second.
But I do have a question. Is this now the normal process that it takes almost 8 months to go from May, when drawings are submitted, until resolution?
I don't know if I want to say that on camera, but I typically advise that expect a 6-month window from the time you file plans to the time you actually get to it. We were on the agenda for the last hearing. Based upon the notice issue, we did defer, so about 5 months is about the window. And again, that's
And how did the holidays disrupt your process in any way?
Not necessarily, and I think it is because of the community process, the involved community process that we do have, and it's just the timing of when an abutters meeting can occur, as well as when the civic association meets, and then the civic associations at this point now will not vote until such time as the abutters meeting has occurred. You cannot have an abutters meeting until you have a refusal letter, and the process just would continue, but it is what it is.
Well, it also gets to a further question. Are the community meetings now restricted to only once a month, or are they meeting more often, or?
In East, I can speak for East Boston. Most community groups meet once a month, with the exception of the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association that has a subcommittee meeting additionally each month, but there's no voting that occurs at that meeting.
So there's vetting at the subcommittee level before it goes to the full board.
But no vote can occur until a refusal letter issues, until the abutters meetings occur.
Okay. So there's a motion. Thanks for reminding me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You're all set to go.
Last case for 11:30, calling BOA 870-470, 2 Brigham Street. This is erect a 4th floor addition and deck for Unit 3. Violation to Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the height is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 52, the roof structure restrictions. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. With me, Doug Stepanoff, the architect for the project. Also with me is Dan Jacobson, the owner of the home, with his companion Chang Fung. They are the homeowners and residents of 2 Brigham Street, which is before the board on a further deferral. The last time we were before this board, there was a 6-member board. We elected to take the deferral. We do understand that there is some controversy with respect to this proposal, notwithstanding the fact that it involves, at first blush, a simple addition of the building from 3 stories up to 4 stories. This is a pre-existing non-conforming structure dimensionally, but a lawfully...
I'm sorry, is this a single family or a 2-family?
This is a 3-family.
This is a 3-family,
Yes.
okay.
So a conforming use in the 3F 2000 district for a non-conforming structure based upon a number of the dimensional issues that presently exist. I provided the board with some context photos of the existing conditions on Brigham Street. Brigham Street actually has 6 properties only. It is the one street that probably will have nothing ever put in front of it. There's park space and parkland before the harbor, so Brigham Street enjoys some of the better views in the East Boston neighborhood. The proposal by Mr. Jacobson involves a vertical addition to expand the third level of his existing unit. He owns and lives on the third level. This is a rental building where the two other units are also rented out. Mr. Jacobson's proposal would result in the additional floor space to allow for hopefully a growing family. He's lived in East Boston now for 6 years and intends to stay there on Brigham Street.
And so this is the white building?
Is the white building, correct.
And the abutter has the brick building next to it?
Immediately to the left?
Yeah.
Correct.
They have an addition on the 4th floor?
They have a 4-story building, which we understand predates the Boston zoning amendment to East Boston for Article 53, which is 1993. So that condition has existed since the last zoning change in East Boston. I would point out, if you look at the context of Brigham Street as well, the building to the far right, which is 6 Brigham Street, also is a 4-story building. And the building immediately to the right of the proposed project has a head house, this building was recently built with a head house. So our proposal is to fill in that area in between the head house at 3 Brigham, as well as to go to the exact same height of the existing building at 1 Brigham Street.
So you would match the 46 feet?
That is correct.
I don't know whether you're aware of this or not. Was 3 Brigham was before us a while ago.
I did not handle that, but I was aware that 3 Brigham came before the board for relief.
Right, and the issue that was before us at that time was in fact the head house.
I believe, I can't speak for the project, but you probably know that.
This is, I'm reminding myself, actually.
Yeah.
Because we did the site visits on 3 Brigham. So
Okay.
You're at 2 Brigham. Huh?
Yeah. So part of the proposal would also result in an improvement of the exterior facades, both the front and the back. I can let Mr. Stefanoff talk a little bit about what the idea is behind addressing some of the concerns. And I do want to sort of preface Mr. Stefanoff's comments that this project has been around the neighborhood for some time. I'm sure you'll hear from abutters and neighbors as to the frustration with this process. This is, as I said, much less complicated than some of the proposals I presented to this board over the years, but very, very involved with respect to the passions on both sides. I would point out that while there is objections and opposition from abutters and neighbors, we do have direct abutters who do support this proposal. I've also provided the board with a list of 68 names, including letters and signatures of people who were shown the plans. They live within a 300-foot radius of this site, and they've indicated an express support, strong support for Mr. Jacobson's proposal here. So one of the things that we want to point out is that while you will hear opposition, there is support for this as well. When we were here at the last meeting, we did have 4 members of the neighborhood also appear to speak in support. Unfortunately, we had to defer at that time, and they were not able to make it today, but we do have letters of support from them that we've submitted. By way of relief, this is, as I said, a pre-existing non-conforming structure. The required lot area would be 3,000 square feet. The existing condition is 1,440 square feet. No relief would be necessary since we're not changing the occupancy. We're remaining as a 3-unit building. The lot width is at 20 feet presently, no change as well, so no relief necessary. In the side yard, although we are attached will be attached on both sides, with respect to the addition that's being proposed, we probably would require the relief on the right side where there's no addition, just a head house for the number 3 property. The front yard, again, no change with respect to the addition that we're proposing, so the modal existing setback would not require any relief. With respect to rear yard, our proposed condition, and I'll let Doug talk a little bit about that. I think we've talked about making some modifications back there. Because this is a shallow lot, we would only require a 10-foot setback in the rear. The building is presently non-conforming when it comes to the rear yard setback. However, I would point out that Route Street is a public way, and that the code does allow for and intend to allow for through lot modal setback for rear yards. So in this particular case, a rear yard setback of modal would be appropriate for that side of the rear portion of the property. The height of the building total height of the building would be at 47 feet 3 inches with the architectural detail. The maximum height is 35 feet. but I want to speak a little bit about the height, and I want to point out to the board the definition of building height in Article 2A of the Boston Zoning Code talks about exceptions under the code. Where you do have a building that adjoins your building that has a height that's in excess of the allowable height limit in the district, you are entitled to have an exemption under the height limit to allow you to go a bit higher than what the height limit would otherwise allow. I would submit that we're still seeking relief for the height, but I want the board to be aware that there is a provision under the code that allows for an exception under the height rule, where the triangulation of the distance between the existing property to the left and 3 properties to the right would allow you to draw the line and have a higher height limit than would otherwise be allowed for in the district. So that's one of the...
And is there a roof structure?
Well, the roof structure would be the addition with a deck that's on the front. There's no deck being proposed above.
And what's the size of that front deck?
The deck is approximately 20 feet wide and 8+ feet deep.
So it's set back the addition.
I'm trying to, Mr. Pizzani and I did that site visit to 3 Brigham, which is, if you're looking at the front, is the one immediately to the right.
3 Brigham would be immediately to the right of this building. Yes, correct.
Okay. And that the issue there was the head house. There was some other issues going on as well. But and part of this is, as I read these drawings or rendering, is to change the color of the facade so it matches the...
You're correct. We would like to remove the stucco and bring the brick back so the whole row house looks more uniform, as well as on the rear.
How are the plans, Mr. Pizzani?
The drawings are adequate. I mean, it adequately shows what they're proposing.
Okay.
I would point out one more thing, Madam Chair. This is in an NDOD, neighbor design overlay, because of the fact that we are requesting relief. We anticipate design review by BPDA anyhow, so that would be just an additional layer for review for the BPDA.
And this is not in floodplain or anything?
I would hope this one is not. This is a little elevation to it.
Yes. A nice view.
And a nice view.
Nice view. Okay. No more questions from the board. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition? And now just a reminder, give us new information when it's your turn to speak, and representatives of elected officials speak first, okay?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jesus Garcia with the Mayor's Office on Neighborhood Services. As a result of the community process, this case is kind of special in the Jeffries Point area to the waterfront view, and whether when they have support from some of the abutters on Brigham Street, there is also opposition from the abutters on behalf of this property on Webster Street. This project was bought by the Civic Association Jeffries Point back in 2016, and it was voted down for with 40 votes in opposition and 1 in support. I understand that the applicant was working also with some of the other abutters, but at this point we would like to recommend to continue working with the community and try to obtain more support and present another project in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. At the request of the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association, the council would like to request that this project be deferred so that a compromise can be reached with the abutters. But if the proponent does choose to move forward, she would like to go on record in opposition.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of Councilor Ashton Michael Flaherty, echoing the sentiments of Councilor Edwards' office, Councilor doing record in opposition.
Good afternoon, Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office, and we echo the sentiments of Councilor Edwards' office, ask for a denial, and if not, we will oppose the project. Thank you.
Cindy Baxter on behalf of the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association. As mentioned earlier, there was a vote taken by the association. It was 40-1 opposed. We have been requested by the city to perform a revote because of the aging of the project. We did, in fact, start our project as requested, held a P&Z meeting. There were several neighborhood concerns. We need more time to review that. That neighborhood planning and zoning meeting included several abutters in attendance. If, in fact, our vote cannot be considered at the 40-1 opposition, then we are requesting a deferral. This is based on the fact that this is a unique situation for the neighborhood association. We strive to treat each of our projects objectively and consistently so that the neighborhood has faith in our objectivity. We are, in fact, as of being notified by the city, in the midst of writing up our process so that we can do successful and consistent revotes. And then finally, part of the process has always been when there are significant outstanding concerns that we continue the work with the builder, the project, and the attorney. That is still in a state of flux because of overwhelming concerns still outstanding. For that reason, as I say, we would like to stand on our original vote, but if that cannot be considered due to aging, we are requesting a deferral. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, my name is Ron Stoya. I'm at 183 Webster Street, East Boston. I'm right behind this project. This project has been on, actually, this is the 6th time we've been here. It's been continued on and on and on. In any case, most of the people in the neighborhood are, the people that I've talked to certainly are against this project.
So tell us, because as an abutter, what is your opposition based on?
First of all, we're being walled in. We're being walled in by this building, and by this extra building. But as Mr. Bazzani suggested, 3 Brigham is very much an issue here.
Let's just focus on this project.
Only because it's, if I could ask this. Only because, Madam Chairwoman, they're talking about 3 Brigham as a precedent. This board told 3 Brigham to pull down that head house. 3 Brigham then went to Superior Court as though it were a regular decision, and then when we tried to intervene, they withdrew. The zoning, ISD told them, gave them a conditional use permit, but they were supposed to bring that head house, if they wanted to change their head house, they were supposed to bring it back here. They haven't done it, so we're exploring our options on this. But if you look at the second last...
Please, just talk to us about 2, okay?
I'm sorry. What I'm saying is there is no precedent. These other two buildings on either end were done long before any zoning in Massachusetts, in the city of Boston. All the other buildings, when they came before here, asked for 3 stories. Number 5 was a vacant lot. When the older building had been burned down, they asked for 3 stories. Number 3 asked for 3 stories, not 4 stories, and then went ahead and built that head house. So all I'm telling you is that the precedent on Brigham Street is to reduce the volume, to reduce the height. The fellow at 4 Brigham, when he renovated his house, took down his head house. So it's right now we have 4 buildings which are at 3 stories, but Mr. Jacobson wants to change that. But what I'm suggesting to you, Your Honor, is there's absolutely no precedent for it. He had a beautiful two apartment house with 2 floors in each. He made it into 3 plus a studio, as far as I can understand. And I was complaining that he doesn't have enough room.
So as far as I can to summarize what you just said, you talked about the concern about being walled in and the precedent.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next person.
Hi, my name's Dan Bailey. I live at 177 Webster Street, also a direct abutter to the rear of this 2 Brigham. I'd like to start by submitting a petition signed by 94 abutters and residents.
At this moment in time, we are focused on this.
Okay.
Just tell us what your concern is based on.
So I'll echo some of the concerns raised by my neighbors.
Give us new information, please.
So this will negatively impact about 36 units of housing along Webster Street by blocking access to light, air, and views. At the same time, I think it's important to note that this proposal doesn't offer any benefit to the city. It doesn't even create a new unit of housing. It doesn't further the city's planning goals in any ways. If we just stick to the facts here, there's really no compelling reason to offer zoning relief in this case. 2 Brigham's already non-conforming, as was noted. The FAR is more than twice what's allowed by current zoning right now. Of course, the owner has no right to expand on this nonconformity, which is why we're here. Attorney Lenz noted that there was perhaps some provision in the base code that allows for drawing an angled line from neighboring buildings that are higher. But in fact, one of the reasons we're here is because Article 53 of the East Boston Zoning Code, which takes precedence over the base code, Section 52.
It doesn't. It actually doesn't. They work together.
Okay. Where they disagree, at least it says in Article 53 that takes precedence, it forbids vertical additions on residential structures in the neighborhood. And in granting relief from this particular provision of forbidding vertical additions, it asks the board to consider whether the architectural character of the immediate vicinity will be damaged. And I think it's clear that it will. So for context, Two Brigham's on a hillside overlooking the harbor. As you've seen, you've been to the site. It's within 2 rows of back-to-back bow fronts, which were built in the 1840s as a unified development, which makes them among the oldest housing in East Boston that survives and among the oldest.
Okay, so hold on. So the new information you've given me is basically light, air, and views as your concern.
Yes.
Okay.
These are also historic structures.
Okay.
And I think it's important that we recognize that the historic relationship between the Brigham Street row houses and the Webster Street row houses, which were built at the same time.
Okay.
And they were designed so that the Brigham Street row houses were shorter than the Webster ones to allow light, air, and views, which was a sensible design at that time. It's a sensible design today. It's also actually codified in Article 53 as well, which says that building elements on a site shall generally step down in height toward the water's edge. It's located, as we noted, in the Neighborhood Design Overlay District. And again, the intent of Article 53 is to protect historic and traditional design and relationships among buildings on their sites. And the traditional configuration of Brigham Street is a uniform height of 3 stories, which remains the predominant height today. The 4th floor penthouse at 1 Brigham was built in the 1980s. It's not historic. The intent of the code is not to preserve and expand on additions from the 80s. It's to protect the traditional configuration of buildings on the site. And in decisions on Brigham Street in the past 5 years, this board has upheld this interpretation of the code over and over again. New construction at 3 and 5 Brigham Street were both approved at 3 stories. And as you're aware, just last year, the 4th floor head house at 3 Brigham Street was ordered to be removed by this board.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So give us new information after you put your name and address on the record. Otherwise, just put your name and address.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is Dave Connolly. I'm a direct abutter to 2 Brigham Street. I live in a garden-level condo at 185 Webster Street with my partner Stephanie and our 2 children. I know you're going to cut me off, but I had 3 hours to prepare this waiting, so let me just get the gist of it out. One of the main reasons we moved into our neighborhood, into our home, was because of the direct sunlight and light and air that it afforded us. We used to rent in Charlestown and we didn't have that, so it was a primary concern of ours when we bought our property. Since then, a new building has been erected on a vacant lot at 5 Brigham Street. We didn't oppose that. They requested 3 stories. It was within the common code and size and shape of the neighboring buildings, and we said, hey, if that was our property, we would want to build as well. Same thing happened at 3 Brigham Street. Now, 2 Brigham Street is trying to add a 4th floor because enough is not enough. He has this beautiful home with great views of the city, but he needs more. He garnered support from the rest of the neighbors, some 60-odd neighbors, by telling a side of the story that says he lives in a cramped studio, and in order to stay in the neighborhood, he needs to be able to add a 4th floor to add more living space. The reality is he owns the entire building. It's his option to rent the majority of the building out and decide to live in a studio. He also owns multiple, maybe dozens of other properties around East Boston. So this hardship of we can't stay in the neighborhood if we don't expand to the 4th floor seems a little bit arbitrary. He'll say that 1 Brigham sets precedent. We say that that was done when no one was paying attention to East Boston, and since then people are concerned about what gets built in East Boston. The reality is dozens of abutters have spent 3 years chasing this thing down. We've come to no less than 6 of these meetings, taken time off from work. I haven't been able to put my kids to bed in order to attend abutters meetings and neighborhood association meetings, and we're tired of this process. I know that the elected officials requested deferrals in order to continue the process. I would ask that instead we decide on this now once and for all and decide against. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Keith Champion. I live at 181 Webster Street, directly behind 2 Brigham. As far as new things, I know we've said a lot here. I just want to kind of just let you know again, we've been going through this process for a long time. It was a 40-to-1 vote. You know, over the 3 years, there's been little compromise. The plans you see here today are pretty much similar to what you've seen years ago. And on that basis, I just request that you vote against this project.
Thank you.
My name is Lily Zhuang. I'm at 1 Brigham Street, right next door. My main concern is my privacy and security, and I addressed this to Mr. Jacobson the other day. I say,
so you're at 1 Brigham, and what's your opposition based on? On privacy?
Privacy and security.
Okay. Okay.
And I addressed this directly to Mr. Jacobson, and he just brushed me off. He said, why would I want to?
You just tell us exactly. I think privacy and security you're putting on the record for us. Anything else?
Outside my bedroom is a balcony, and this is where Mr. Jacobson gonna put his balcony on, which is just raise a leg, you can cross over to mine. And this is outside my bedroom.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I'm assuming.
Can I just ask the mayor's office representative a question? This is irrelevant in some ways. Does the 3 Brigham Head House come down or not?
Oh, it's still in the picture.
Still there. Okay.
For this to be 4 full stories, and then they're going to
Listen. Okay. So, Councillor, response, please.
So, I don't want to get into the 3 Brigham story, but
No, I need to keep it 2 Brigham
I'm going to keep
and
it 2 Brigham.
2 only.
2 only, yes. Okay. So we did hear comments about base code versus Article 53. I think that one of the things that the speaker overlooked was the fact that Article 2A, which is applicable to neighborhood districts, specifically defines building height. I think it's important to read for the record. It says whenever a legal existing structure not accepted above, and talks about the exceptions, it exceeds the height limit specified in a neighborhood district, in this case 35 feet, on a lot line in the same district as adjoining the lot on which the legal existing structure is located. A structure may be built to a height greater than said height limit, so 35 feet is not the height limit, but shall not project above a line drawn between the highest point of said legally existing structure and any point in the height limit whose distance from said highest point is 3 times the height of said highest point above the height limit. And I think Mr. Bizzani is familiar with this calculation, but I want it to be clear for the board that it is applicable in the neighborhood districts despite the fact it does appear in the base code as well. This is a distinction between the analysis that this board did on 3 Brigham Street because you did not have a higher building adjoining. And I believe the purpose, if I'm not mistaken, of that provision is to deal with things like snow load and other issues that happen when you have a larger building adjoining you immediately next door, and then you have a building that's lower, and that's part of the intent of why this code allows for a higher limit. So
I think, not to interrupt what you're doing, and I apologize for interrupting, but the intent of that was to deal with how you handle broken teeth when something goes up and down. I think in this member's opinion, the overriding issue here is that the series of row houses should be considered as an entity. And number 5, that was before us, was approved and gave full respect to that. And it's built to that limit, and it could have used other items. What's more disconcerting to this member is the fact that this board, when dealing with number 3, came down very hard that that head house was to be removed. And I find that now we're put in a position where we hear an argument that is using what should have been removed as a justification as to why an adjacent property can go up.
I'm talking about 1 Brigham, Mr. Bizzani.
Okay, now just let's...
No, I understand that, but that's
yeah. Okay, this done with dialogue. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to deny without prejudice. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling an interpretation. Calling BOA 897-118, 115 Federal Street. Petitioner seeks the determination that Inspectional Service Department erred in issuing a permit. The permit was issued as an allowed use.
Are all the representatives here for this case?
We are, Madam Chair, and I have some additional.
Hold on, I think I'm missing one. You're from Winthrop Square. Please have a seat at the table. And just everybody put your name and address on the record so that I know so I know everybody's accounted for.
Yes, we're the appellant, the challenger, Lisa Goodhart, and with me, my partner, Dylan Sanders. We're from the law firm of Sugarman, Rogers, Barshak, and Cohen, joined by our co-counsel, Rebecca Lee of Mintz. And we have with us today a principal of the Rock Point Group, Daniel Dom, and structural and geotechnical engineers from McNamara, Salvia, and Sanborn
I'm sorry,
Head.
did you put your name on the record?
I think I did, but perhaps I didn't. Let me take it from the top. I'm Lisa Goodhart.
Okay, thank you. I might have missed that. Please put your name and address on the record.
Bruce Falvey from the law firm of DLA Piper, 33 Arch Street, representing NCAF Winthrop LLC, the owner.
Okay.
Kim Tai, Assistant Commissioner for Plans and Zoning at ISD, 1010 Mass Ave.
Thank you. So last time we left it was the hopes that the two parties at the table, the two property owners, would reach some conclusion to their conversation. Please give us an update of what's happened
Madam
in the
Chair,
3 weeks.
we do not have an agreement. I'm very disappointed to say. We were working diligently toward that as recently as Friday, and we're very surprised when new issues were injected and the negotiations fell apart. So we're here today requesting action on our appeal, and we have brought with us a reply memorandum and 2 additional affidavits to address specifically 2 of the points that Mr. Ehrlich raised in his questioning last time, but we need to go ahead.
Give us a high-level summary of what those conclusions were.
Yes. To address the first point, there were questions about what's so special about this situation. Why is this unique? We have abutters disputes every day, and they're handled in the ordinary course by just allowing ISD to do what it does. So I'm going to explain why this is so unique. Number 1, they've got an unusually tall building, 54 stories, going in unusually deep, 4 stories below ground surface, unusually close to our building. Number 2, our building's lateral support system is concrete and there's a truss. We do not have the flexible steel framing that most tall buildings, modern tall buildings in Boston tend to have. As a result of our construction, our building is unusually rigid and unusually vulnerable to very small degrees of differential settlement. So on top of those 2 things, we have a third consideration. We have very unusual geotechnical conditions. At this particular site, it just so happens that the 12 different kinds of bedrock that we have are unusually weathered to a degree that makes them unusually variable and susceptible to unexpected things happening. Those 3 situations make this a situation that calls for special consideration and special protection. Number 2, another question Mr. Ehrlich asked, and I think his questions on this point last time were directed to Ms. Tai as the representative of ISD, and you asked about the usual process and what ISD has in place. And following that, I had a conversation with Ms. Tai to make sure I understood correctly. And the situation is this. ISD has no limiting threshold.
I think Ms. Tai, since she's here, can speak
yes,
for herself.
If I may, I won't characterize for her then.
Okay.
I will tell you that there is no limiting threshold in place and that the process we would be left with in the absence of action by this board sending it back to the commissioner to impose a limiting threshold is we'd have to pick up the phone, call ISD, say, come on out. You haven't been to our building since construction began. You haven't seen our instrumentation. You don't know how to read it. You don't know how it works. We'll take the time to orient you and educate you while the developer keeps building. That is not prudent and wise. It's akin to driving down a highway without putting on a seatbelt. We need a restraint if we get a sudden event that causes everyone to be thrown forward. And I would much rather, and I think the board should, take the view that it is much better at the end of the fast ride to say, I guess we didn't really need the seatbelt, than to have a crash and say, gee, I guess you were right, I wish we had the seatbelt.
Counselor, did you have any words of wisdom for us?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I've got 3 points.
Okay.
We've now installed 100% of our foundation wall alongside 101 Federal, which all the engineers predicted would have the greatest impact. All 23 panels are in. There's been no negative impact. Our engineers are right. We're not threatening their building. And our engineers know their building because one of our engineering firms, Thornton Tomasetti, designed their building, which they characterize as so unique. Second point, they're protected. They have remedies. They claimed last time that they need the unusual, unprecedented condition they're asking you to impose to protect them against theoretical danger in the future. If they can actually show actual threat of danger, they can go to the building commissioner for a stop work order. Or they, at any time that they feel they're threatened and can show it, they can go to court for an injunction to stop construction. They have remedies. The third point is that what's really going on here is they're seeking an unreasonable agreement because they want their thresholds in it. And let me give you an example. The wall that went in that was supposed to have an impact on their building, the differential settlement that was measured from that wall is 0.05 inches. The wind yesterday caused 0.15 inches of movement. What they want is 0.3 to be the trigger that stops work and throws our project into disarray. It's unreasonable, and as leverage, they're using this unprecedented challenge to the building commissioner, asking you to take the unprecedented step of imposing a straitjacket, a condition on his permit.
Okay.
And it's not supported by any evidence. To the contrary, as Assistant Commissioner Tai explained last time, not only did the building commissioner have the engineering reports that our engineers prepared showing that their building would not be damaged, not only did he have these and review them and rely on them, and you have them, I submitted them last time, but in addition, he met with 101 Federal and its engineers before he made his decision. Fairness, common sense, the voluminous record before you require that you reject this unprecedented challenge to the building commissioner's judgment and authority. And we would ask you to dismiss the appeal today without further consideration or delay, because we're prejudiced by every additional delay with this appeal pending, because our lender will not fund into this project with the appeal pending. And for that matter, so you know, the condition they want you to impose
hold on.
would make this project unfinanceable.
Last word, please, since we are asked to claim that ISD did not err, or did err.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So again, at issue is whether or not the commissioner erred in issuing a foundation permit. And as I had explained in the previous hearing, we have strict standards for policy and procedure with respect to how we issue foundation permits. We felt that the applicant had submitted sufficient information to us and certifications from their design professionals for us to feel comfortable to issue that permit. With respect to what the appellant counsel stated with respect to my conversation, the building code covers everything from a single family to a large high-rise. And we understand that, especially in Boston, with all the different typologies of geography, as well as the different types of buildings that we review, that everything is done on a case-by-case basis. So when I state that there's no threshold, it's because it is a case-by-case basis. Anytime that we are alerted to anything unusual, we immediately act as we are required to do by the building code by enforcing it. And those are the rules and regulations. We firmly believe that we did not err in issuing the foundation permit.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Since I was the one who made the motion for the delay, that request was based on the hope We've heard a lot about the words unusual and unprecedented, but we have the optimistic hope that the two parties could settle separately so that we would not be in a position of ruling one way or another. That didn't happen. But even prior to this, we were persuaded by Assistant Commissioner Tai's testimony, and I would like to make a motion today suggesting that ISD did not err in issuing the permit.
Second.
May I offer something into the record?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You can,
May I submit?
Antonella is right there. You can enter
Thank you.
the information into the record, everybody at the table.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Our last order of business is the recommendations and the hearings that were held on February 14th. If anybody's going to have a conversation, if we could have that outside, we'd greatly appreciate it so we can finish up here. Just to order of business here, I have to go back to two cases that I made a denial without prejudice, and I'm going to bring them up here right now before I go to the rest of the recommendations. The first one, case BOA 911-535-546 East Broadway, and BOA 892-543-616 to 618 East 8th Street, were both denied without prejudice. But with talking to council, there was some sort of misunderstanding. So I'm going to take back both my denial without prejudice and get a new date.
So this is under under recommendations?
Under recommendations and hearings, yep, on the February 14th hearing. So for case BOA 911-535-546 East Broadway, we have a new deferral date of 4/25 to the subcommittee at 5 p.m.
Okay, this is just to clarify, and I know that the applicants were not at the meeting, as a result, we made a motion for denial without prejudice.
So I take that back.
Yeah, and we understand subsequently that there was some misunderstanding. So, Mark, and this is for both cases, or
For
just?
both cases, I
Okay.
take both the denial without prejudice back, and I make a motion for deferral on 546 East Broadway. I'm going to do one at a time.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date?
They'll have a new date of April 25th down at 1010 Mass Ave at 5 p.m.
Okay,
And
motion carries.
And for case BOA 892-543-616 to 618, I make a motion for deferral.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the date again?
And also a date of April 25th, 2019 at 5 p.m. down at 1010 Mass Ave, 5th floor.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to go into the recommendations that we had on February 14th, 2019 at 1010 Mass Ave. The first case, BOA 911-052-389 Maverick Street, was to remove the proviso of the previous owner and grant a new owner. It was approved with a regular takeout language. Case BOA 908-548-20 Polk Street was to confirm occupancy as a one-family and add a 12-by-14 partial addition. It was approved. Case BOA 876-333-70 Winthrop Street was a proposal for an addition of 225 square feet roof deck. It was approved. I'm sorry. Case BOA 911-535-546 Broadway, which we just talked about, is being moved to 4/25, 2019. Case BOA 909-980-142 West 8th Street was a change of occupancy from a single family to a two-family. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 804-240-686 East 5th Street was deferred to 2/26, which was heard today. Case BOA 907-7807-606 East 7th Street was a change of occupancy from a three-family to a two-family. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 874-391-608 to 610 East 8th Street was heard today. Case BOA 892-543-616 to 618 East Street was changed to 4/25, 2019, the subcommittee. Case BOA 913-590-65 G Street was construct a new exterior rear deck and stairway. It was approved with BPDA. Case BOA 734-127-58 East Springfield Street was a denial without prejudice. Case BOA 848-024, 109 to 117A Blue Hill Ave, was deferred to the full board on 4/9/2019 at 11:30. Case BOA 884-185, 2 Mill Street, was to remove the existing deck, the ground floor, and an opening to the rear was approved. Case BOA 889-705, 54 Bateman Street, was deferred to the full board on April 9th, 2019. Case BOA 902-566, 38 Guernsey Street, was to convert an existing attic storage space into living space. It was approved. Case BOA 912-638, 253 to 261 North Harvard Street, was a change of occupancy from 3 stores to restaurant to barber shop. It was approved with BPDA and also signage. Case BOA 893-314, 36 Lane Park. It was a change of occupancy from a single family to a 2-family and proposed a 2-story side addition. It was approved with BPDA. And the final case was Board Final Arbiter, BOA 824-678, 301 to 303 Corey Street. It was approved. That is the zoning committee results, and we just need a motion for approval.
The motion concurs with recommendations of the subcommittee.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The meeting is now adjourned.
Did you have a case, ma'am? Oh, okay.